Hey! Ultrazini! Watto friend, hello! The Legend of Morado say greetings. Hello, Watto, welcome. It's 3 different greetings stacked together. Keldra, Watto!
Bloodborne coffee so dark, it calls the void cute.
Well, Bacon, I was pondering it this morning, because Fiona's away at the moment. I've got Caffeine coming and helping me wrangle animals so that I can fight the good fight with you all, and by which I mean continuously make things worse as a hunter in Bloodborne. But I was thinking about this morning, and I was like, I can't do this without coffee. Like, I've got to make coffee and consume it before I can even begin to think about taking on Maria? Fucking hell, it's gonna be a day. And then I had that realization of like, so you find out that the blood that you've been guzzling may or may not turn you into a big old chunky werewolf. I'm just saying, if someone said the same thing about my morning Java, I don't know if I'd stop. I'd just be like, well, looks like I'm getting gangly and shaggy. Like, if you need me, I'll be an old Yarnum. Please don't bring fire near me. I'm just saying, if I got told, like, you know, Surgeon General's warning, if you consume large amounts of coffee, werewolfification is quite likely. I'm like, well, fuck. I already like the moon. I do have the gangles about me, but I don't quite have the arm length. Well, I mean, you've all been there for Sea of Thieves. I'm all leg. Like, I got a little torso.
Reactor online. Sensors online.
Mr.
Weapons
Bogangles.
online. All systems nominal.
Steppergen, how are you doing?
What, ho, still no coffee for me for the next month?
No! I'm so sorry. I had that happen to me, and it was a miserable affair. So, I'll stop banging on about it. Oh. Anyway, how are you doing, you lovely Mother Hubbards? God, I've been busy this morning. I've not even checked the hot sheets. I mean, again, like, if anything pops up on a Saturday, it's either very funny or very bad. There's no such thing as boring news over the weekend. Oh, Wolfcrad, I need to finish off the end of Hitman 3's story before I start the roguelike mode, but I'm so excited. And I know it's going to consume me. Although I'm still weirdly in my little single-player Tarkov hole. Like, I officially mastered the art of digitally antisocial in the games. So, I don't know, that makes me drastically exciting. So, Mega Boss, I don't disagree with what you're saying, but it's more... There was a great video, I'll have to try and find it again, that somebody showed to me about, like, you know, the melancholy of isolation, the beauty of loneliness in digital spaces, which I think Shipbreaker hits real well. Like, you're in space, there are other workers all around you, and yet you never see them. There's this poetic isolation that Shipbreakers nails perfectly. One person was talking about how in Red Dead Redemption 2, you can go out of the air quotes story area, and it's just you and the wilderness to explore and adventure as your heart's content. Whereas what I've been finding I've been getting more and more antisocial in my online experiences. Like, I mean, if you've ever had to run a guild or a group or anything online, you know how stressful it can be being the person organising, you know, experiences and whatnot. And, you know, I love hanging out with you lot. I love the long shift and everything, but if it was just me all the time, I probably would spin round 18 times and explode. You know, I've got Caffeine in the team and loads of people who just, you know, take time chatting back and forth. It's not all on me to make sure we're all playing games together and having a good time. But I will say that when I personally start playing online titles, I don't know, I want to break from responsibility of others. It's not a break from the stress of it. So, like, I played fuck tons of PlanetSide 2. But honestly, until we started playing it as a group for a bit, like, I wasn't part of any company, I wasn't part of any group. I'd just sit there with a cup of tea or a bevy, play as my little sniper character, and I'd join whichever fight was going on. So despite being in a battle of hundreds of people across 3 factions, just be me, hanging out. And Kimball, Watto and welcome. Sorry, Kimball, Pick 6, Red Burning Dragon, Square Peg, Air Dragon, that's 2 dragons if you keep count. Mega Boss and Dustin, Watto and welcome, friends! We are going to fight Maria. It is going to be badass. Well, so Air Dragon, that's the thing, is like... Escape from Tarkov, there is a sliver of that game, kind of like the fishing bar when you're trying to catch fish in Stardew Valley. There's a bar that's always moving, and if your experience is inside that bar, you're having a great time. But if your experience is outside of that, you're having a bad time. And what usually happens is that as Tarkov does, is like, you know, twice or 3 times a year, they wipe all the servers, everyone starts from 1. Which means that as the meta progresses, as people get closer and closer to the perfect gun, the perfect ammo, the perfect armor, like, there's a lot more flexibility in what people have and how they're playing. That, for me, is the sweet spot as it moves across. But because I can't dedicate, you know, 7 hours a day to playing that game, eventually I'm no longer with the meta, and then I'm just being bullied by other players. But there's still a core to it that's very, very unique and very, very intense. And when you take other people out of the equation, I thought it was going to be boring. I'm sorry I've already told you this like 5 times, but I originally set this up because I wanted to do like an urban exploration video, show you the detail that goes into a lot of these environments. And what I ended up doing was falling in love with the game again. You know, it's still incredibly intense, but it no longer feels unfair, you know what I mean? If I get my arse handed to me, it's because I was being blasé, I was being a dingleberry. Whereas with meta progression, if another player has resources and access to things that I simply just don't, there's no way I'm going to be able to survive that encounter, and I won't have enough time to make an educated choice. There's no way to know that you've encountered someone who has been, you know, no-lifing that game until after they've clacked in the goal. So, I don't know, I mean, you've all heard me rant about this with why I love Sea of Thieves so much, is because you can make an educated choice to stand and fight or not, unless they manage to ambush you, but that takes effort. And yeah, Air Dragon, I've watched some of the streamers get properly into it. How are you doing, friend? Watto and welcome! Yes, it is I, the individual described by the Daily Mail as US gamer Will Overguard. Oh, hey, MDH. I'm sorry you're having a bad brain day. I hope having some dope snoozes helps. But either way, it's good to see you. Take care of yourself. Boosh. Quick on the draw today. Yeah, so sorry for rambling at you all about this. It's just, it's always really interesting to see how an experience can be changed through like user-based modifications and what that kind of experience that can create. Well, so to our good occult game dev friend, I hope the crunch hasn't been too hard. I guess news from me is I will be going to GDC. I'm not sure in what capacity yet, because I messaged my contact and they've asked me to do like the proper press registration this year. But while they do now have a tick for streamer for like media, you're still required to put forward 3 editorial or published pieces that you have authored within the past year relevant to the games industry. And I'm like, how do I prove to a PR agency my relevance in video games? So I think I'm going to email them on that one. But yeah, I do have Crash Base for GDC, and I'll be sorting out travel as soon as my soon as I get paid. So, will I get to see you at GDC? Is I guess what I'm asking. And yes, I do have that Daily Mail article. But no, because traditionally for GDC, if you're presenting yourself as a press person, they want to read the kind of coverage that you're giving. So you would basically send them 3 published, like, editorial or written pieces that you've done to say, like, yes, I am who I say I am. This is, you know, the work I do in the games industry. But I sit in a weird space because we deconstruct the games industry every fucking day. We talk about it every fucking day. Like, but how do I convey that to traditional media? Like, eh? Oh yeah, and it does fail to cover a whole swath. But for a lot of the educators, they put forward for panels and stuff like that, so they don't really need to apply for a media pass. Sorry, Megaboss says, can you just send them your block list? Fucking yo. It's beefy. Anyway, how are you all doing, friends? As I said, I don't have much in the way of interesting news. Sea of Thieves was a lot of fun yesterday, and a lot more... it was a lot of fun, and considering how royally hungover I was at the start of stream, I'm glad we had a good time. Oh yeah, Lance, I'm feeling loads better. Honestly, like by the end of the stream yesterday, hangover was shifted. I think what happened was on Thursday, Fiona's friend came in from town, so we went to go get some food and have a bevy. And I realised that while I did eat yesterday, I did eat on Thursday, I didn't eat during the day. And then so we went out to get food. So I had my first bevy before I had my first proper meal, and the stack. When the stack resolves, you have a bad time. Seriously, the amount of mechanics of drinking that you can equate to Magic the Gathering is hilarious. Although, ironically, if you looked at it like that, drinking water, despite being water, would be a white action, not a blue action. Because it's healing. Yo, I mean, Fred, one way or t'other, you know what? I bet Phyrexians don't get hangovers. I'm just saying. Favor 6 coffee would be a blue. Wait, no, hang on. Coffee is like ramping, right? Wouldn't coffee be a red action? Yeah, no, you're right. Coffee's a green action because you're ramping. Fred says depend on how you drink it. Yeah, chewing a fistful of coffee beans and going fucking goblin mode. That's definitely a red action. Oh yeah, Fred makes another good point. Coffee could also be considered a very black move. Because, you know, I'm clearly fucking dead before I've had a coffee. Have a couple of those, that's necromancy. That's telekinesis, Kyle. Trading in your HP for alertness. Yup. Yeah, okay, Lance, that's a red move. Chewing coffee beans and never breaking eye contact. Four Loco is red-black. Fuck. Alright, but that does mean that a Red Bull, not just because of the name, but because of the chaos, is pure red. Like, that's your goblin on turn 1 that you then have to sacrifice. Oh yeah, chocolate covered coffee beans are amazing. I haven't had them in a while, and that's probably a good thing. Air Dragon says that coffee is clearly blue-black, as it has distinct advantages, but a cost that must be paid. Fucking hell. Barrett say that the only true blue move while drinking coffee is to go to the loo. That's resetting the board. Okay, this is not the conversation I thought we'd be having today, friends, but I'm fucking living for this. But anyway, happy Saturday, Watto and welcome. We're continuing with Bloodborne today, and I want to try and beat Maria without help. If it gets obnoxious, if it gets boring to watch, then I will admit defeat and accept help. But I think I can do it. I wanna. Oh no. I think we've got enough blood to get us through this, unless I play really poorly. But, I mean, worst case, I'll show you some of the weird, cool shit in the Chalice dungeons. Oh, it's going to be a good day, friends. This is going to be a real good day. Oh, so the other thing I was going to mention is, and I'm not asking for anything, I'm not fishing, but I've been slowly bulking out the list of 360 games that I'd love to share with you all, like once we get that all set up, which probably won't be something we do until after we're done with Bloodborne, because I've only got space for one console to hook up to the capture card. And so I was going through a lot of those, like, 25 360 games that you forgot. Because for most of the time we know them, but like there's a few that are like good reminders. And I was reminded of Shadows of the Damned. And Shadows of the Damned is weird and gauche and over the top and ridiculous, and yet something special. It uses a lot of, if you'll forgive the term, because I know it'll make a few of you grind your teeth, but it uses a lot of indie game philosophy in what is a middling budget, like, mainline console release. I mean, it's Shinji Mikami doing weird shit, like, it's interesting. You know, it uses some strange concepts of like denial of area for movement around the level to bulk out a level rather than making you backtrack. It initially limits where you can go and then expands, similar to Okami and stuff like that. It is completely unironically over the top. And eventually, once you get to the point of like experiencing the bosses, they're initially, you know, over the top, pretty contrite design makes a lot more sense. Like eventually resulting in some characters that are surprisingly well fleshed out. But anyway, sorry, I was looking at copies of it, and I could not find a copy online of Shadows of the Damned on 360 for less than like $150. So I guess the collectors got to there first. Well, to Chess and Ink, Watto and welcome. And it's nice to know we can have it confirmed from the source. Yeah, Mateus, I mean, the Xbox 360 is a fully retro console. But it sits in that sweet spot of having, like, HDMI compatible output, making it...
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Maria is the true op.
I mean, you're not wrong. Sorry, and Miyakuri Sakura, thank you for 52 months. That's the full max top score that you can go for. Okay, but don't feel bad about, you know, being surprised by that, because we're basically... The 360 and the PS3 were kind of the last... I don't know. They felt like the last generation of true consoles, in my humble opinion. You know, the PS4 is a great piece of hardware, and I love it, but like that block onwards has felt like incremental updates. You know, whenever I try and remember which Xbox game came out on what point, like we were talking about Rise earlier, not Monster Hunter Rise, but Rise: Son of Rome, and I could not fucking remember for the life of me which console it came out on, because like after the 360 we really did see like a homogenization of Xbox's design, and like let's be honest, the PS4 to PS5, I'm still struggling to find a use case. And Fred, I'm also sorry. And we knew it could happen. We knew it could happen. But yeah, so I think that's why the 360 kind of feels like it just came out. Because everything that's come out since then has been very... And they've been powerful consoles, certainly, but they've all kind of lacked identity. Like, again, I love the PS4. It's literally sitting right here. But the PS4 is not a console with an identity of its own. It's a Bloodborne machine, you know? I don't know. Someone was saying the other day about how the Dreamcast felt like the last of the new consoles, and I felt that one in my fucking soul. The VMU, the built-in modem, it felt like a real... It felt like back in the day when the hook of every console generation was some new huge leap forward in technology. This one's twice as powerful as the old one. This one does 3D. This one does CD-ROMs. Oh shit! Well, I mean, but it was something that was always going to happen. Oh yeah, and Tim, you're right. Everybody kind of went to the same thing of like consoles moving towards essentially being like a PC in a box, and that's fine. Like a standardized hardware that we can just make a game for and it's guaranteed to work. Fuck yes, brilliant, love it. But there's no identity to them. You know what I mean? Well, the PS5 can give you 5 bits. That's why it's called the PS5. Not a lot of people know that. That's a science fact. You can take that with you. 5 whole bits. And yeah, you know what, Caffeine? That's a good point. Like, Nintendo are still doing their own thing. They're definitely playing a different game. Oh, and J-Post, thank you for gifting a sub to Mac Noel. That's fucking cool of you.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
And you got. Oh no, that was Willing Outcast. So Willing Outcast, thank you for 28 months. Sorry, I'm so busy like into the mental realms of, you know, retro and development and otherwise. But yeah, I do like the where we're getting to with console development these days. And you know, like the Switch has a strong identity to it, and if you can make your game work on low-end PCs, you can probably make it work on the Switch. Because like, sorry, a cult game dev was mentioning how like the whole consoles being like shelled PCs, and how apparently like the PS3, which was great if you installed your own OS on it, like as an out-the-box PC. I mean, shit, you remember that lawsuit with, I think it was the US government, were using PS3s as off-the-shelf like lock-in server farm type nonsense. But developing for the PS3 was a fucking nightmare. And like anyone who had to do, especially an early era PS3 title, they get like 1,000-yard stare when you ask them about it. Like they've seen some shit. No, see, I can. To our good occult game dev, I can get distracted and play Bloodborne at the same time. It could happen. Oh yeah, and Air Dragon reminded me that I do actually have an HDMI upscaler. I have a whole setup to turn the telly behind Calcium Bonio into our little Sega Saturn player. Just real life keeps getting in the way. Every time I'm like, no, today's the day, I'm going to set up the Saturn, something happens. But yeah. Shadows of the Damned is a very expensive game to acquire. So that might not be one that we're doing. Because like most of the games I've got on our list aren't actually that expensive. Because they're ones that we talk about a lot. Yeah, Mercenaries 2, not expensive. I mean, it was a huge EA-backed AAA title. It's just weird how it's fallen into obscurity, you know? Like, looking back at it now, it was such a counter to the Ubisoft philosophy of open world games, and it was kind of... It was a little bit of what all the open world Rainbow Six games keep trying to be, and failing. Just I'm too chicken to set up the Saturn. Oh! Try and goad me into getting my shit done. Well, my stack of reproduction Saturn games. I'd tell you, the only other console that I would consider just having on like ambient play would definitely be the Dreamcast, though. I don't know. I don't think it's obviously it's a comfort thing, right? Like back in the day, I managed to scrounge a chunky old telly, and so in my little bedroom of 1,000 years ago, we had the PC in all its, you know, beige. Windows 98 glory, and then a little telly next to it where I'd have like Saturn games going, and then later on GameCube. When did the Dreamcast come in? Did I own a Dreamcast? I did. When did I own a Dreamcast? Fuck it, time travel's weird. But suffice to say, sometimes the consoles would just be on while I was doing stuff on the PC. So I got into this weird habit of like, almost just like comfort noise, having a console on in the background. I don't know if you've all experienced this. It might just be me. But especially from playing a lot of Phantasy Star Online. Like, sometimes I'll just put the Phantasy Star Online soundtrack on, just as like a, I don't know, like ambient comfort music. And I can't get it. I don't disagree with the Saturn. It really did feel like when the PlayStation kind of started like mixing everything up, people started dashing for a certain level of like aesthetical design. So like the Saturn, the 3DO, the Jaguar, they all had a similar aesthetic. And it did, I mean, admittedly, each of them had a different gimmick. But, you know, aesthetically they were all aiming for something very similar. Although, weirdly, I hear the PlayStation 1's CD drive is like one of the best for audio quality. Like, do not ask me how that works, because I do not understand how music could be sounding good like. But apparently, like, OG, like, PlayStations, not PS1s, but like OG PlayStations have like the best CD reader for, you know, CD-based music, and so they are collected and hoarded by people with like proper audiophile hi-fi systems and shit. It's fascinating. Oh yeah, and to the Time Warp, I wholeheartedly agree with you. Like, the jump in visual quality between some of those generations was massive. And Air Dragon, yeah, once we're ready to get the 360 set up and things like that, then we'll go from there. Cult Game Dev saying the OG PS1 audio chip was amazing. Okay. I mean, you know I love talking about this stuff because, like, the way in which video games have evolved and changed, both how they're made, like the consoles and hardware that run them, and how they were marketed and shifted, is a fascinating history. You know, we're still suffering from some of the overhangs of the, you know, of the teenage boy era of video game marketing. God, I saw a thread of people who just discovered old PC gamer ads for video games and being like, wow, how come we don't do this anymore? How come we haven't gone back to these kind of like PC gaming ads? And I'm like, no, oh honey, no, we have come a long way. Honestly, I'll take the cracked out mobile gaming ads over the every other advert is a joke about masturbation era of video games advertising. Now, okay, do the Time Warp. You're right, it's because magazines don't exist anymore, and that's a sphere of video games that a lot of people will never experience. I mean, Timid, that's also one of the things that keeps making me so happy when it comes to video games, is that every time we reach a stage where, in terms of technicalities, we're like, there's no way games can look any better than this. And then they do. I mean, there's a site online where you can buy blind grab bags of video game magazines, and if I had either the space or the money, I would definitely do it. Because a Cult Game Day was reminding me of like how there'd be one badly photoshopped image of something mildly unrelated, but with a tagline that makes sense, and then in the bottom corner there'd be like 3 grainy, blurry, pixelated screenshots that sort of look like the game, and that would be it. Fred's like, I remember in the ancient prehistoric times when you'd expect a AAA dev would only ship completed games. There were never any games that were released unfinished back in the day, and every expansion pack was good, with no flaws. Sorry, just doing the time warp just aged my bones like to find dust, saying that they were surprised to learn that Game Informer was a magazine as opposed to primarily being a YouTube channel. Yep, it's been weird. But I mean, the thing was, like, it was by no means better back in the magazine era, because like Future Publishing controlled like 60-70% of all video game magazines. Like, I guess that's what. No, you know what? I'm not carrying that thread. That thread leads down a dark path. But what I will say was that, and sorry if you've heard this story like 8 times, but there was a game trading store in central London on Tottenham Court Road called CEX. And yes, the joke is it's pronounced sex. It's a sex shop. Again, 90s video gaming. It wasn't big. It wasn't clever. But this particular CEX was in spitting distance of the Future Publishing offices, where all the mags would write their varying video game stuff. And so, if you wanted to get a game early, go into CEX and look for all the review copy do not sells that they would have on the fucking shelves. It's great. It's fucking great. And yeah, well, so far, that's one of the things that I've been wanting to... One of the reasons why I've been wanting to do some stuff on the 360 era of games is there's a few weird, strange bangers from that era. And, you know, the reason why the 360 lasted as long as it did was because it was solid, it kept selling, and it was really easy to develop for. Rihanna Barrett was saying they used to work for a CEX, and they leaned on that and how it sounds the internal stuff too. Yep. They wondered why. They wondered why they had troubles. But so Barrett, I worked for Game Station. That was the retail outlet I worked for. In that weird era, which I think it was after they got bought by Game, but before they got integrated. Because, like, to my understanding, CEX is more of a franchise rather than like a chain store. And Barbles, I just need to ask, why do you have a copy of Too Human? God, I will say, I was going through the list of Xbox hidden gems today, and one article was trying to make a case that Too Human is a magical, wonderful game with no flaws that reviewers just didn't get at the time. No. And I will make a case for Mind Jack being a good game, but Too Human, God. Too Human is like... It's like your rich friend put on a one-person play and bought out the most expensive fucking theatre. And it is the most contrite, self-indulgent bollocks of all time. Miss Mug says, how bad is Too Human? You can't control the camera, and all attacks are done with the right analog stick. So you get shot from off screen. If you die, you have a mandatory cutscene of a Valkyrie, a mech Valkyrie descending from above. You cannot skip it. And if you wanted to get every achievement, you have to go through that, I think, 100 times. And Ikoa, congratulations on that. That is an achievement, friend. And yes, Lost Flowers, GameStop is doing very poorly. Very poorly. But that's another story. Sorry, a cult game dev was saying they forgot the industry was still figuring out third-person cameras. Yup. It was seriously in uncharted territory for a while. No pun intended. Own that pun. That was a banger. Air Dragon's just constructing a tale of whimsical madness. Ah, and it seems that we said the term puns enough that we summoned Pun Spectre. Oh. Is it time? I think it is. I think it is. All right. Let's intersperse our conversation of consoles between varying bouts of me getting my face absolutely smashed by Maria. Let's do this. No. What are you doing? That's not cut. Don't you dare. Don't you fucking dare. Okay, and we're good. Oh, and it's charged, so I don't even have to have the cable plugged in. Love it! Love to see it. Love to see it. Okay. We're doing it live!
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Fuck.
It's that time again. We're a Taras will. Let me remind you all, it is a cult. Why do I do this? Once again because I can. Eventually we'll have to admit to this very clear fact.
It's been 52 months. 52 months of you doing this. It's not a cult. Now, whether or not there are elements of the occult, that is another story. It's not a cult. It's not a cult. Alright, let me see how much blood I've got before we start getting my face destroyed. But no, it's like, one of the things I always thought... Pixel Paradiso, you're just in time. We've got... Shit, we only got 50 blood files? Oh, don't do this to me. Alright, so I've either got to get good, or we'll have to take a midday break and then go smash in some bad words to go get blood vials. We'll just go back to early Central Yharnam and just crush faces. Oh, sorry, early Yharnam.
I once knew a very formal goose who got a job for a local newspaper.
Okay.
It seemed too good to be true. But they had to leave when they found out it was propaganda.
You just wake up this morning and choose violence. What is with you, lot? Wolfgrad, thank you for filling the pint glass. Puns, feck you. And I didn't see that Mechanoel took the Yalden. Whether they hold it or not is another matter. Let's go to Central Yharnam. Let's crush some bad words and just generate a little bit more blood. So let's say we'll do blood hoarding for an hour or so. So it's like 2 now. So at 3 o'clock we'll start fighting Maria proper. I hope that's all right. I think that's a better way of doing it rather than fight Maria, run out of blood, hoard blood, and then try and remember how to do it. But yeah, Dom, despite you being an absolute bloody terror, like, thank you for all the support, mate. And I hope you're doing good. We're just talking about, like, retro consoles, and what I was saying was, I'd love to sit down and do a... Oh, that's bad. I just did it bad, didn't I? The claw mark. Oh, no. Oh, no, what did I do? Oh, no! Well, I would like to borrow some money from you all so that I can buy a bouquet of flowers for the Gaston family, as I've now fucking killed all of them. Oh, okay, so Wolfcrad. Oh no, this wasn't Gaston, this was the sick guy. Okay, so at the very beginning of the game, like when you've come up through here at the beginning of the title and you light your first proper little beacon, there's a guy in here who's like, oh, let me tell you my story. There's no saving me, but I'll help you on your adventures. And they just turned into a beast, and I just fucking killed him. Right. Yeah, so I just killed a very, very innocent person. Oh yeah, so we're just trundling around trying to get both blood echoes and blood drops from people. Yeah, doing the time warp, I just killed Gilbert. I completely forgot about that. Because the thing is, we've been in, we've been in the old Hunter's Dream. There's one vial. What's up, nerds? Shut up. But yeah, when you consider the time looping elements of this story, like, because this is the same night playing at Infinitum, right? Like, early on when we start our playthrough, it's a struggle and a fight to kick these guys' ass, but at this point we're just tearing through them like they're nothing. And when you think about it, that's what would have happened. You know, that's why the Hunters are so powerful, because they reach to this point, and they're just unstoppable. Mateus, we might do Bloodborne PSX after this. Mainly because I thought Sony's was going to hit it with a cease and desist. Because, like, Bloodborne is one of the IPs that are extremely guarded. No response. I did not expect the PlayStation Bloodborne demake to stay, but it has. And I will admit, I'm kind of curious to see if that will set a precedent. And Kakazi, Watto, and welcome. Yeah, we're going to do some blood farming for about an hour, just for vials to continue to fight with Maria. But it also means we can talk a little bit more about like retro gaming and stuff. But yeah, so what I'd love to do is like a coffee table book, which is, and here are the essentials. So like, if you pick up a Neo Geo Color Pocket, these are the games that you need to play on that do something interesting or different, you know. And Volchipony, Watto, and welcome. Do you know what I mean? Like, the idea of creating, not like an essential reading list, but putting together a, you know, if you get a 360, you know, what do you need? Well, in the JRPGs, I'd say Eternal Sonata is probably the one that you should seek out. Yes, it's heartbreaking, but, like, no one else has made a JRPG that takes place in the mind of a great musician as they're dying. You know? Oh, I love it when they button up. Away! Away! So far we've gotten one blood vial. So Legend, Lost Odyssey and what was the other one? Because there were two games that had a very similar style, that kind of like Unreal Engine Brown JRPG, and they were both, I think, about immortal Mother Hubbards. Because you had, it was Lost Odyssey and, oh fuck, what was the other one? But I mean, they were both interesting. Like, mechanically playing as someone who is immortal, really changing how they view the world, I thought was some great writing. Earthman Dave, it could have been that it would be really bad PR for them to crush it. But the thing is, like, if the Bloodborne demake persists, if we wanted to make a demake of an existing PlayStation game, we might actually be able to fight that in court. So that's one of the reasons why, like, especially like Nintendo will shut down any fan projects that gain enough visibility that they have to, because if they don't, that sets a legal precedent, and then less reputable individuals might be able to basically just rip shit off. Oh, feck off. You'll do no such thing. Ow. Yeah. Sorry, just a cult game that was saying, like, defend it or lose it, and during the Time Warp was adding that if you don't enforce it, it legally weakens your case. It does. Which I don't agree with. Like, you know, the system of, you know, copyright and trademark and all of that bollocks is incredibly, incredibly antiquated. And a better expansion of, like, parody, fair use, and the ilk would be wonderful, but it's unlikely that we'll see it anytime soon. You know, it's one of those things that's so hard about once you understand the behind the scenes of it. Like, no one ever wants to see cool fan projects get crushed, right? But knowing that if you don't... So, okay, here's the general, the DM's rule. That if you can claim in court that you didn't know it existed, you don't have to enforce your, you don't have to shut it down. So, you know, if someone turned around and went, oh, we made a Pokemon game called Pokemon Virus that installs a literal virus that farms your CPU for crypto, and you go, well, we're shutting that down. They're like, oh, well, you didn't shut down Pokemon Sandwich, a game where every Pokemon is a sandwich. If you can say legally in court that we had no idea this existed, then that's fine. But as soon as you lose that ability, you've got to step in. So when journos do like a big piece article about mods based on licensed IPs, they're literally signing the death warrant of those projects. And I kept thinking that that's what we were going to get with the demake. But Sony hasn't stepped in. But that does mean that there's a possibility that...
Croque Monsieur choose you.
Oh, Croque Monsieur in this meta? Are you nuts? Are you loony? Croque Monsieur. It's like you haven't even seen the BLT meta. Sorry. I really like sandwiches. I don't know if that's apparent. No response. Everyone's gone loony.
BLT uses bacon. It is very effective.
Well, because you get a meat attack, a vegetable attack, plus bread of your choice. Like, you're onto a winner. A ground dark type is immediately called Sandwich. I love it. Yeah, and that's one of the things that I hope that we achieve with these conversations that we have here on the Longship is... Because a cult game was saying, it's a bad system, but it's the system. Like, when it comes to business, like, it's not about what is right, it's about what is now. I don't like that, but it is what it is. And also, Wolfcrad, thank you for 400 bits, and taking the Elden, and filling the pint glass. So Willing Outcast. So demake is, despite sounding like a very specific technical term, it's very fluffy. It's more of an art term. Demake means to take a title and remake it in a way that feels like it would be on older hardware. So the Bloodborne PSX was a project where peeps tried to remake Bloodborne, but in such a way that it would be a PlayStation 1 game. Now, I don't know if it actually runs on a PS1. Sometimes that's the challenge that people set themselves when they're doing these demakes. It's more of a technical, creative challenge than anything else. But you would look at it, and go, "Oh shit, that looks like What If Bloodborne, but on the PlayStation 1." Remember, not dogs, they're shit werewolves, so I don't have to feel guilty. Also, I do love coming back to these early sections because it makes me feel like an unstoppable killing machine. It's great. But yeah, so Willing Outcast, like, that's the you know, the demake as a kind of a catch-all. It's interesting. I can't remember if the werewolves drop blood vials. I think they do. Yeah, 3 a pop as well. Good work. We basically just keep going until the blood starts getting low, and then I need to head to where those 2 bulky bastards are, because they both drop. Ah, there's that baby cry, love it. But yeah, like, I honestly thought the Bloodborne demake was going to get shut down. Now, it could be that whilst Bloodborne is specifically a PS4 exclusive, that Sony actually has no control over it as an IP, in which case it's FromSoft, and FromSoft either might not be aware or might not care about it, because if the demake only really exists in English language territories as a Japanese company, it'd be real easy for them to say, "Oh no, never heard of it." Because it's also worth saying, game companies don't want to shut down cool fan projects. Like, they don't want them gone. Community is always good. And, I mean, shit, in the case of Sonic, you know, that's how we got the good Sonic Mania, was by, you know, letting a fan project... Okay, they shut down the fan project, but then cultivated the team behind it. So, slightly different. God, it feels good to be just ridiculous. But yeah, so in this case, that could be the... It could be the setup. Okay, and so Occult Game Dev and peeps are spotting that you can't run the Bloodborne demake on a PlayStation 1. Okay. And Time Warp, you were correct. I've got 6 blood vials. Love it. Because I've got about 50 left from the last time we fought Maria. And... Alright, I know one of these fucking downways leads to the Beefcake guys. They drop 2 a pop. And they're very easy to kill at this stage. Oh shit! Yeah, Kakazi, guy banging on the wall does drop 5 a pop. I just feel like that might be a bit boring to watch. Just like nothing but that. Oh no, those bastards are down this way. Cool. But yeah, I'll make sure to beef up on that one. Because while it is good to go for an effective idea, and also, you know... Oh, I can kill this guy. Sorry, mate. No, this isn't the way I'm going. God, I got completely spun round. Okay, if the boring loop is good for banter, we can do that too. Yeah. Oh, so time warp. I haven't succeeded in parrying Maria. Oh shit! So this is Gaston's other kid.
You haven't by any chance seen my little sister, have you? I told her to look after the house, but she's run off somewhere. She's still quite small and wears a big white ribbon. Have you seen her out there anywhere?
Nope. Nope.
Oh. Okay then.
Oh god, what is up with me today?
Would you give me
Excuse me, that's incredibly gross. Let me
the
just...
small girl with a big white ribbon. My good little sister.
You're okay, don't worry! Okay. Where are those beefcake bastards? Because, yeah, we come up here, we go to the bridge, and then usually we leap off. Alright. White ribbon? I've got this red one. Oh, no. But yeah, I thought that's who we killed when we started doing this. I thought that's the person who got clawed to death. So I guess it's up this way and then roll off. Sorry, friends, I got really spun round there for a second. Yeah, this is the way. Because these big beefy bastards drop quite a few. Hey up, wankers! Remember when you kids would bully me when I was little? Surprise, assholes! Who's bullying who? I mean, there's also the possibility of just hoarding blood echoes and spending those blood echoes and getting some more blood. And Skull in Alaska, Watto and welcome. But yeah, so jumping back, I'd love to do like a recommended reading list for each console. Especially with things like, you know, the Saturn and the Dreamcast and things like that. Because, like, it's always really interesting reading people's, like, you know, recommended list or hidden gem list and stuff like that, but... I don't know. I feel like I'm getting to the point where... like, the amount of knowledge I have in the space is outpacing a lot of the more, let's say, audible individuals. I mean, okay, joking aside, Seaman on the Dreamcast is a game unlike anything else. I don't know if I'd say it's required reading, but it sure as shit is required knowledge. Like, it perfectly encapsulates Sega's commitment to just making wild batshit fun. Oh god. The GBA and DS definitely need required reading lists. Okay, so where can... so you were recommending Hunter's Dream. So, how many blood vials did that get us up to? Because that's only been 10 minutes of hoarding. That got us like... God, 10? 13?
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
What ho?
Shitaro, Watto, and welcome. Hello, hello! How are you doing, friend? And obviously, thank you for 5 months. Oh, the PSP is definitely one that needs like an essential reading list. Because, unfortunately, you can't follow what you think should be. Oh shit, yeah, Bismarck, the Wii definitely needs it, because the sheer amount of shovelware that the Wii suffered through often makes me a little bit uncomfortable. Oh no, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. That was not what I intended to do. Although I guess we can hop to the other part in the Hunter's Dream and just repeatedly kill that sad skeleton for 5 a pop. That'll probably be the fastest. Although, you know what, I do want to go back to the chapel and see how that's progressed. Because that's always fun. And by fun, I mean bad. But yeah, like, I mean, Mecha Noel, everybody knows about... like, everybody knows about Mad World. But, aw, Dull's having a snooze. Let's not wake him up. So let's go to the Cathedral Ward. There's already a Wii list. Wii Sports Resort, Wii Party, Boom Blocks. But no, I'm talking about, like, Murimasa the Demon Blade. And, I mean, we did mention Mad World, but, like, there were a bunch of absolute bangers that dropped on there and just got buried under a sea of shovelware. Okay, I always feel bad using the term shovelware because it's a very user-level title. Alright, so... how are you doing? Ah, you're fine, don't worry about it. How you doing?
Ah, you've been very you are. Again, your trouble.
I thought the old lady goes loopy and goes and gets killed. Shouldn't you be dead by now? I have my share of woes.
Now, Mum will make everything.
Okay.
But I see through. I did not learn from books. I learned it all.
Okay. I thought this lot would be all, you know, crawled off and dead by now.
Another one you sent, mate. This place is a real... I'm off there ain't a peep to be heard. I doubt there's any more. God save her.
Yarnum's done for. Oh, that might be what we need.
Survivors. Yarnum's done.
Okay. You have a little sit down. All right there. But yeah, Lost Flowers. I'm pretty sure we took her blood. Now to bloody remember where all those bloody bastards are. I think they're out the other way. Hey up, giant spider! So at Mecha Noel, there was this fascinating thing that I think Mega 64 spotted, was that all those hunting games were mostly Cabela's, which were surprisingly well developed. But almost every one of them shared a launch window with like a Halo title or an equivalent. Hey up, big bastard! Please don't kill me. And it was such a surreal choice. Down in one, back of the net. Okay, yeah, so Kakazi, I need to use more sedatives. I win. Oi! So there was 5 vials right there. That's pretty good. That's pretty good for just having a bit of fun. But no, I'm trying to think of a few more of the standout bangers from the Wii. Because I remember hoarding a bunch of them. Remembrance was one. God, why is my brain going blank? mean, Mechanuel, that could be it. Although, ironically, is that most of, you know, Halo is a mainstream title. Like, I would definitely advise anybody creating a mainstream product to avoid going up against it, you know? And then there's this little place, which I can't remember if that ever results in anything. Zack and Wiki. Oh my god. I'm only getting, like, brief flash memories of that one. I might have to look it up. What was the Steven Spielberg game that dropped on the Wii? God, that one will haunt me for a while. Sorry. But anyway, you can see what I mean. The reason I mentioned like the PSP needing a reading list is that not all of the ones you'd expect are the ones that you should play. Like, Monster Hunter was probably the big success of that one. And again, whoever it was at Sony who lost that exclusivity deal, or whoever it was at Nintendo that took that exclusivity deal, they feckin' win. Because Monster Hunter on the PSP absolutely kept that console afloat, and when it moved over to the 3DS, it was like, bye! But things like, you know, Parasite Eve 3 is a bad game. It is a bad game. It's not a bad Parasite Eve game, it's just bad. And I'm trying to remember, I think there was a couple of other titles that were similar levels of trash. I think the Killzone PSP game, I remember that being just... You know what? I can't even say it was awful. It was just banality. Ooh, the Blue Elixir. The Baja Blast. The Metal Gear Acid and its lot was certainly fascinating. We know! Yeah, so Time Warp, I was a huge Parasite Eve fan. Because, like, Parasite Eve 1 was like, what if Resident Evil but turn-based? Which I love as a concept. And Parasite Eve 2, closer to kind of the Resident Evil format, it took the action combat of the Resident Evil series in a great direction. Actually, both Parasite Eve 2 and Dino Crisis 2 leaned into more of the action combat and did fascinating things with it. Now, Dino Crisis 2 isn't a great game, but it's fucking fun. But Parasite Eve 2 was brilliant, and the opening cinematic haunted me for ages. It's just truly horrifying. And then Parasite Eve 3 came out, and... The thing about the first two Parasite Eve games is that you had a female protagonist, but it was not a video game female protagonist, as one might expect from the PlayStation and Saturn era. It was a person who had motivations. And then Parasite Eve 3 is like, just throw it all out the window. Our character's weird and immortal, and they have a... Oh god, well, they even came up with a fucking term for it, which was, as your character takes damage, their clothes get shredded, until you're just running around in the shredded remains of your jeans and a bra. And it's like... Alright, cool, fine, great, brilliant. And then on top of that, it was a boring game to play. Still mad. I'm still mad. Take your couch. No, just a dead person, okay. Oh yeah, Bloodborne was definitely a good one, Mega Boss. Oh yeah, Time Warp. You know what, Time Warp? I didn't get to the ending on Parasite Eve 3. I kind of stopped playing it out of, like, fan disgust. And look, I understand that not every sequel has to be you know, an absolute pandering to the hardcore fans type affair, but this was something else. It's upsettingly bad. Now, I think like with the DS and 3DS, again, it's a console for which there is a shit ton of versions. With the release of the Front Mission sort of remakey thing, you know, we've been talking a lot about the different variations of Front Mission, and to my knowledge, the 3DS version is still the best. Oh shit, I'm not ready to fight Crow. Still working on Maria here. The 3DS version of Front Mission contains 2 full campaigns with a shit ton of improvements, but with the classic art and visual style. Oh, and Quincy, Watto, and welcome. Happy Burton Day. The day in which we met Beefcake Arms legend Chris Burton. Cole only ever played Front Mission 4. I remember that being incredibly difficult. Oh yeah, no. The systems behind Front Mission, once you know them, makes a whole lot of sense, but they're not incredibly intuitive. Front Mission's all about chained attacks. Like, getting pilots that are good enough to do varying chains, and then letting them just wreck face. Front Mission 3 is definitely on the PlayStation, like, super playlist. God. You know how sometimes you find yourself praising a game, and then you realize that in development, they absolutely fucking shouldn't have done the things that you praise it for. So, in Front Mission 3, they have an in-game internet that you can log on to. You can go to websites, you can post on bulletin boards, and find, like, secret hidden, like, mech dealerships and, like, subplots and things like that. Like, unless you're going through with a game, with a walkthrough guide, you'd probably miss about, like, 50% of the things in that. And it's just an in-between missions mini-game. And the amount of dev hours that must have gone into making that. Like, it boggles my tiny mind. Oh wait, Bismarck, which game was involved? Did Lockheed Martin get involved with? Because that is surreal. Also, I do not know why I have the sniffles today, friends. I feel great. Like, I actually slept last night. I didn't drink yesterday. Probably just fucking dusty and shit in here. Heat Seeker, okay. Anyway, just forgive me my sniffles. And we'll just spend the extras on more blood vials. There we go. Where should we go kick ass at? Because honestly, just fun places to go to and just hoard. Could go to Old Yarnum. We're very powerful in Old Yarnum. Oh, Mecha Noel. I hope you're staying warm. Fuck that. With love and respect. Fuck that noise. Yeah, you know what? We'll go back to Old Yarnum. I know Old Yarnum well. I say, Time Ward says, forgot to mention this last time, but once you beat Maria, that's very presumptuous of you to assume, but equip the Oath rune you acquired last stream. Radder. As I'm sure you've noticed, I'm still not doing, like, We Are Live tweets, because, you know, I'm trying to make it more difficult for crappy people to find us. But, I was looking at, I was just searching Bloodborne Maria earlier today to look for, like, possible images before I decided against it. And someone has always joked that, like, you know, never search for femme-presenting characters on Google because you're going to see things you don't want to see. Meaning that if you do that, you're probably going to see a buttload of smut. And some of that smut is going to be gross. And so I was like, oh, okay, you know, fair enough. I did see things that I didn't want to when searching Maria, but not in the way you'd expect. there's pictures of Maria looking after the patients in that hospital, and there's one of Maria leading round one of the poor victims of the experiments with the big bag on their head, but the person's collecting sunflowers and has like a happy little skip to her, and I'm like, no, I'm the baddie. Like, I understand that we're not going into what actually happened, we're going into a dream of an idea, but like, no. Sorry about that, friends.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Hey, J-Post, thank you kindly. And again, like, to the Hunters of House Carl, like, I'm sorry I created so many additional problems for us all, but, you know, thank you all for being awesome. I don't think I say that nearly enough. Actually, we'll do a quick little loop of Old Yarnum, but I just realised very few of these beasts are going to be dropping. Very few of these beasts are going to be dropping blood vials. So this might not be the smartest place to go farming. But yeah, I'm trying to think of some other of like the classics. Like the PSP had some fantastic experimental titles. You know, I think I've mentioned it several times, but Metal Gear Acid, a 3D PSP CCG, which, you know what, I'm always down for franchises doing weird experimental stuff. I mean, so long as the franchise is getting supported. I mean, I feckin' loved the Monster Hunter... Is it called Monster Hunter Riders? No.
Blue Urban.
Here we go, Blooper! How are you doing, Fearless? Oh yeah, we're just farming blood vials before we go fight Maria again. Hunter Stories, thank you. Because if I remember rightly, Hunter Stories was a DS title originally. But the reason why I say, like, not every instance is because what happened with Lost Planet was just fucking criminal. Oh, man. I love being able to walk through here. I love being able to walk through here without having my entire day ruined by a Gatling gun. So yeah, for those of you who don't know, so Lost Planet was another franchise that had a very strong start, and actually one of the big reasons why I want to do some Xbox 360 streams with you all is because of Lost Planet 2. Lost Planet 2 is inspired and still has a bunch of really clever solutions to technical problems. But the PC port is, unfortunately, forever mired with games for Windows Live, and is fucking unplayable on PC. But the Lost Planet franchise after 2 just was completely mishandled. When Capcom started to reach out to different developers with their... Capcom's goal was to have a bigger footprint in the West outside of just Street Fighter. Oh shit, I missed some goodies. Oh, fire paper, love it. So they started reaching out to Western developers to work on some of their titles. This is what led to the DMC, the Devil May Cry. I mean, it's not really a reboot. It was reimagining, which had a great combat system, but narratively and aesthetically was fucking garbage. Sorry, like, with love and respect, because Ninja Theory's intent was good, but completely missed the mark. But they made an incredible combat system, and the tech they used for like shifting and changing environments was fucking inspired. But anyway, this was part of Capcom's goal to reach more of a Western audience. And what they did with Lost Planet 2 was just turn it into this, like, awkward, unfun, stodgy single-player experience about basically a trucker in space who has to mine ice for reasons. Kids. Let's have some fun. Glowy sword! Glowy sword! I'm like, wait a second, we're overpowered. Let's use the glowy sword. That's what we worked hard for this fucking thing. Bismarck says, does anybody know anything about the British games company named Codemasters? Yes. Very good friend of mine worked at, as it's often referred to as Cody's, during, oh, what was the franchise that gave us, was it Red River? Operation Flashpoint. So I know a little bit about that. Interestingly, Operation Flashpoint was meant to be a game adaptation of the Generation Kill. Now, I don't remember if Generation Kill is the name of the book or the name of the TV series of the book, but it was unfortunately, because it's a video game, very tweaked and very changed, and by the end of it, it was very sanitized. God, I always feel so guilty coming through here. Just a cult game dev was saying that none of the racing sims pay the bills and pay for all the graphical advancement in the industry for sports ball, but I would never want to work on one. Yeah. Here's a funny story. My very first day at Sega. So, like, after I've cleared the interview and I haven't been assigned a project yet, because what they used to do is they used to bring in all the new QA and kind of leave us in the kitchen, like a tray of cookies, and then all the different project leads could come and pick which testers they wanted. One person came on over, I didn't realize he was a lead, and he was like, oh, hey, how's it going? I was like, oh, yeah, I'm, doing good. And I didn't even know he was one of the leads. And I was like, yeah, I'm real excited. I don't know what project I'm going to get put on, but so long as it's not a championship manager, I'll be fine. Now, firstly, the Sega project is Football Manager. Championship Manager was the competing product that everyone shat on. I didn't know this. So I'd gotten the name wrong. And the person I was talking to was the project lead. Well, not project lead for Football Manager, but the project lead for the QA of that. And I had just basically weed all over the place with that comment. Yup. Go Will. So suffice it to say, I did not get put on the football game. But I was actually included as a potential sports ball player in Football Manager 2013. So yeah. That was a thing that you could have gotten. And I was also feckin' terrible. Oh, there's that baby crying. What's up, baby? Oh yeah, we never did set this on fire, did we? Oh. I think we were getting more stuff from Central Yarnum.
Things one only hears in Bloodborne. Oh, we never did set this on fire, did we?
You're not wrong. Definitely should have set it on fire. Yeah. I always try and be constructive when talking about how bad certain games are. Sorry, a cult game dev was saying that they were at GDC, and we were talking about games, and one that was feckin' awful, can't believe it shipped, And a tiny voice behind him is like, I was lead on that. Yeah. But then there's also the sympathy of being like, this game was bad, but that doesn't mean that you were bad at your job. You know, we've all been in a position, or at least those of us in the games industry, have been in a position where you're part of a game that either shipped too early or too late, or something happened that meant it wasn't what the team wanted to put out. I mean, so like, take Too Human, for example. No one working on that game wanted it to be terrible. And the more you study that game, the more you find out that it was one person's ego that essentially ruined what was a fascinating concept. Like, what if Wow, I can't even speak today. What if Norse mythology, but technology? Because, like, you know, Warhammer takes a very, very pseudo-Catholicism iconography as its aesthetic for, like, future tech. And Too Human was like, oh, well, what if we took, you know, this kind of, like, hard-line mechanical, like, drills and stuff and filtered it through the lens of Norse mythology? And while I don't know if they were the first to come up with that concept, they were certainly the first to put it into a game, and it was fucking great. You know? It's easy to forget that pre the TV show Vikings, like, we weren't getting a lot of Norse mythology stuff. In video games, I mean. Amos has strong opinions on this. His timing is always so good. Oh, and Miyake Yusaka was saying people who work on a good game will also be most likely aware of their flaws. Yo, there is nothing weirder than working on a game and having people being like, oh, this was fucking great, this was brilliant. Because all you can think in your head was, this was a complete miracle, this came together, you don't even know the ways in this is broken, like, y'all don't know, what are you, crazy? It's actually harder to internalize compliments on your work than it is criticism. Shocking, I know. Amos, everybody says hi, sad boy. But I think it's because if you work in a game that ships broken or doesn't do everything the team intended, you always kind of live in the shadow of what should have been. Whereas if you work on a game that slaps, you still are aware of what it could have been. And so it makes you feel like, you don't know nothing. Telling me this is a good game? You have no idea. God, this sword slaps. Oh, the game was 2008's Haze. Yeah. But it's also worth saying that, like, while Haze made a lot of poor choices, you know, they were working on new hardware, the PS3, which it would turn out was fucking terrible. And they had a very, very successful marketing campaign that unfortunately hyped the game well beyond scope. You know, now what we know is that if you're going to do meta-narrative elements, don't fucking tell people. It's kind of like saying, you know, if your whole goal is to pull a cute magic trick, you know, if you spend 2 years telling everybody you're going to do a magic trick, then you better fucking levitate over the fucking Thames or some shit. You can't just half-arse it. Big sword now, because we're fighting goblins. Oh, wait. No pausing. Yo, is he backing away? Yeah, let's fucking go, coward. Yeah, want to see a magic trick? But no, it's hype-based marketing, especially hype-based marketing around meta-narrative elements, is a death wish. You know, imagine if Undertale had spent 2 years before launch telling everybody how it was going to read your choices and judge you based on your gameplay. Imagine the expectation people would have had for it. That was what happened to Haze. Because the thing was, they did extensive interviews well in advance of the game's launch, talking about how, like, you know, the morality of video games and stuff like that. If you've not heard of Haze, by the way, it was a PS3 exclusive, and the hook was you play a super soldier who uses this magical drug Haze, and it makes you smarter and faster and stronger and yada yada yada. And then halfway through the game, you find out that you're working for the baddies, you lose your supply of Haze, you end up joining the Resistance. It's a tale as old as time in sci-fi. But then, this is where it gets interesting. In the beginning of the game, it plays like a traditional shooty gun bang. Like, you're running around, you've got like a Halo HUD, you're like, Daka Daka Daka, that's so cool, Daka Daka Daka, get some! You know, and people go, and then they fall to the ground, and then their body fades, as you would expect in a first-person shooter. But later on, when you stop having your heads-up display and you stop being pumped full of drugs, like, the idea, and this was the idea it was pitched, was that you see people die. Like, they get shot, they go down screaming, they bleed out. Like, it's brutal and horrific. And the idea that how we perceive video games is such an incredibly sanitized version of conflict. Like, they were going for some fucking deep, dark, you know, Spec Ops The Line type shit. And we know this because they told us. And then the game came out, and it was a middling to bad, mediocre shooter with some... They truly... You can see they truly struggled against the PS3's architecture. And the amount of bloat in it, and the amount of concessions they must have had to have made to put the story together. Like, it was just... It was dull, it was bland, and it was bad. But because the expectation had been set so high, you know, there was no way it was going to match up to that. Oh god, yes, and the voice acting was awful. Just awful. Because the thing is, the opening scroll, and this is one of the reasons why we play Half-Life so much, the opening scroll tried to be Half-Life. You know, you're on this giant tank carrier that's like driving through the... I think it's going to be like the jungles of the Amazon or what have you. And so yeah, you're basically on like an aircraft carrier on treads. And you're with these two oorah, you know, like stereotypical space marines. And the voice acting is fucking atrocious. And that's what you start with. But the thing is, there's nothing for you to do in this space. All you can do is listen to these two and kind of totter around a bit. There's no interaction, there's no grounding. We talked a lot about Half-Life's intro and how it shows you the entirety of the Black Mesa facility before you then have to trek your way across it, you know, to get to the Lambda complex and then eventually Zen. Like, while Zen, the original launch version of Zen was bad, like, the idea still inspired. And Half-Life 2 sets the tone of the world. You know, you spend most of the game in City 17, and it shows you all of City 17 that you need to know, at least thematically. Haze didn't do any of that. You just had to sit through two bad impersonations of jarheads saying absolute bollocks for like an unskippable 10 minutes that feels like an hour. Anyway. You know, it's a tale... The tale of Haze is a tale of hubris, and it's definitely one worth learning, because this was, by my tech, this was rare, wasn't it? Because it was the team behind GoldenEye, yeah? Like, I'm not going completely doolally-tap. Oh, sorry. Jumping back. Phyllis was saying that they were watching a video talking about the development of Dante's Inferno. That seemed like a game where the marketing was dictating the type and tone of the game. I would say that the marketing was given no restrictions. And, I mean, the game was very, very 2000s. You know, what if the Divine Comedy was a Devil May Cry game as fucking funny as a concept? But they went for it po-faced. Okay. You know, you have a bare-chested but helmet-wearing crusader who returns to find his wife has been slain, so he leaps into hell. Oh, a cult. Yes, it was Free Radical. Free Radical, the team behind Time Splitters, if I remember rightly. Yeah, that didn't end well for them. God. I'm still annoyed. The Time Splitters IP was available for ages, and it was dirt cheap. And none of my fucking companies I worked for would buy it for me. Now, you know what? I am still amazed anyone works with me in the games industry. I once drunkenly texted a rant to one of my old bosses, demanding that if he loves me, he's going to buy me the Earthworm Jim IP, so that we can re-release it and then make a new one. For those wondering, the last time we saw the Earthworm Jim IP, it was being used for Nufters! Buy me Time Splitters! Got Time Splitters at home. When I shattered my ankle back in the day, Time Splitters 2 was the game I played while I had to keep my leg up in the air. Because with certain kinds of breaks, there's a fear that you might get a blood clot. So, yeah, I had to sit with my leg in the air on the couch for a few days, which sucked. But I played all of Time Splitters 2. And that was a game with some fascinating concepts. Dear Werewolf, fucking, come on, I've got places to be made. Rar, rar, whatever. Oh, but who survived more than one hit? How cute! He didn't die immediately. And yes, Bismarck, the Earthworm Jim guy did go completely loopy. They got the IP away from him, thank fuck. But unfortunately, I don't remember if this was Team 17. Oh no, because they had their whole Worms NFT debacle. But yeah, the Earthworm Jim team for the new title, that doesn't include him, did go hard on the Nufters. I can't remember if they rescinded them or what have you. God. Sorry, I had someone up in my mentions today yelling at me for being a close-minded bigot because I wouldn't, because I was immediately poo-pooing NFTs. Like, you know, it's just a new medium for making money for artists. How dare you judge these people? How dare you call them scam artists? Not knowing that all I'm going to say is, jog on, child, jog on. Sorry, so I've got that nonsense kind of stuck in my head at the moment. We should be close to another... We should be close to another area to hop back to. Because we've got about 10 minutes before we start the Maria fight. So that gives me a chance to have a pee break, get my shit together. Oh, you know, Bismarck, crypto is exceptionally dead. And so it's weird that someone would choose today of all days to pick apart a year-old thread of me and Joe Cat talking about how, you know, it's been really sad to see friends going hard on NFTs and knowing that they were prepared to scam their friends to make money. Sorry, Caffeine was just saying that one of the worst parts for them for NFTs is that the museum world has been told about it. Yeah. But thankfully, the speed at which it takes museums to make choices means that by the time they're ready to do it, it'll already be dead. Number says, did you hear that Tesla lost 140 million on Bitcoin? You know what? I don't know what happens to us as we shuffle off this mortal coil, what the great beyond holds for us. But if there is some kind of great big everyone all hanging out type scenario, God, it must be the most entertaining shit. I imagine Nikolai Tesla just sitting back, smoking, like, fucking, I don't know, a blunt made with, like, angel dust and existence. You know, drinking alcohol of the very stars and just cackling laughing and being like, ha-ha, they named it after me, and they lost it all. The idea amuses me greatly. Clank just with NFTs, it's MLMs for men. That's right, it's a pyramid scheme for men. It's manly, and you can lose your money in a manly way with monkey pictures. Fuck. This isn't a pyramid scheme. This is a pyramanly scheme. And I know a lot of these conversations, because Numbers bringing up like the Twitter API charging, it's ridiculous. A lot of these elements can seem very overwhelming, and sometimes it can feel like we don't have, you know, control of our digital spaces. But I've said multiple times, it just gives me strength. Like, we would not make that level of dumb decision in that situation. Like, it's truly ridiculous. So anytime you start feeling like the imposter syndrome's creeping in, just remember, you haven't fucked up that badly. And we're talking about successive fuck-ups. Like, okay, Twitter famously did not make bank. Friends, you can hear Amos just in the other room, right? I'll go give him some love in a second. Bless his little... No, sorry, just Numbers through it. It's not a pyramid scheme. This is a pyramid scheme. This is a pyramid scheme. Fucking yo. Well, so Miyake Sakura, that's what's kind of fascinating about this, is that, well, I can't comment on Netflix. I can definitely say that with Wizards of the Coast, it was something that was a pressure from up on high. Something that was a business decision that was made outside of the realms. It was made outside of the realms of people who directly interact with people who play Dungeons & Dragons. And what happened was when the huge backlash happened to the Wizards OGL changes, everybody inside Wizards of the Coast and the D&T team went, "Fucking told you so!" Like, we'll never get to see them, but I promise you, there was a massive internal email chain of people who actually make D&D going, "We fucking done told you this would happen." Like, I almost imagine a Scrubs-style, choreographed I told you so dance by the entire Dungeons & Dragons team and the business team. Like, there is a strong coordinated kick line in the middle of the I told you so, I told you so. Yeah. Now, the Wizards... the D&D team will never be able to tell us this. Oh. But yeah, I don't understand Netflix's decision as well. As a cult game dev is saying, they killed piracy by making it easier to watch shows than pirate them. And apparently they're bringing it back. I don't think the deck scores are high enough. Well, that's why you get bardic inspiration. Hey, Keldry, he is the saddest boy of all time, but we do love him, yes. But no, it's always fascinating when you see these, like, decisions from up on high. Now, as a community manager, I have lived through a few of these decisions, and it always sucks, because the people who know are often not the people who get to make those business decisions. It's so sad. So sad! So sad! Okay, we now know the reason, as Caffeine was saying. River's getting attention and he's not. Yeah. I mean, sorry, Numbers, you're entirely correct. That, you know, the problem with capitalism is that the number needs to always go up. I guess as a person who video games, I've never understood why the goal isn't always infinite sustainability rather than infinite profit. Like, because infinite profit is impossible. I mean, okay, I'm throwing infinite around enough. Like, infinite is an impossible concept. But you know what I mean? Like, if you can have a product that continuously makes more money than it costs, you can then have that succeed forever. You know, especially in art, nerdery, and all of that. Fucking hell. Alright, friends, I'm going to go console the boy, pour myself some more coffee and have a quick pee break, and then we can take on Maria. But yeah, I'm loving this conversation and we can absolutely keep going. Alright? All right.
Sneaky heel.
Trying to get that sneaky heel. Wolfcred, thank you kindly. That is a fucking 1,000 bits. Thank you. Oh, alright, I've got sparkly water. I need to message these guys, see if they'll fucking sponsor me. I could use the money. Oh. The one thing I will say, I guess, because while conversations about capitalism are cathartic, they unfortunately, we don't have a better system right now. And if we want to make video games...
Stop that incessant
Oh!
clicking.
J-Post, thank you for giving that to Clang. That's fucking cool of you. The thing is, if we want to make video games, we unfortunately have to play the game. At least to an extent, or at least understand it. So, you know, I don't mind wailing on it, but... I guess part of what we talk about here is how can we make those systems work for us in a way that doesn't result in evil, you know? Oh. It's just sparkling water. Why is it so tasty? But, like, you know, when we talk about, you know, funding for video games and using profits for future projects, like, not going for the infinite profit, not floating your company, you know, it seems obvious at the time, but it creeps up on you. I mean, shit. If you want to know how games end up getting themselves into such a messy problem of the number must always go up, just watch Dark Quiet Death from Mythic Quest Season 1. That is, hands down, the best, absolute best like, no one else has explained it better. No one else has shown the realities of it. Very rarely does a team sit down and think, right, how can we make video games make a shit ton of money? Because that's not what video games are good at. Sometimes it happens, but it's not something that you can construct from the ground up. You know? And yes, Amos is no longer making sad boy noises. He got some attention. It's because River was getting pets and he wasn't. But he didn't want to come close to caffeine to get pets himself. So he's just sitting on the corner of the couch going, ah, ah. But yeah. That's why it's always great talking to peeps like, you know, Damien and Zalavir. You know, people who have worked out like actual, like functioning, sustainable methods of funding video games and continuing to do the thing. Like, now Damien has made a lot of personal lifestyle choices that keep their cost of living extremely low, allowing them to make the kind of art that they want to. You know, if Damien suddenly wanted to make a huge, expansive 3D game, they would need to come up with some very clever methodology, but yeah, Occult Game Dev is entirely spot on. Like, for most teams, the goal is simply to make enough money to make the next game and to keep the family together, because there is a camaraderie between game dev teams. You know, I know you know this, but I just want to say it for framing as like, especially right now with ActiBliz and with all of the nonsense going on, we're only really talking about game dev teams when shit's broken. But, like, in actuality, one of the best parts of working on a video game is working with the people. Like, it's genuinely exceptional, and I don't wanna make it seem as if any of that is bad. Anyway. Magical. And dodge time. Alright. Way, Lady Maria. Always gets me with fucking range! God darn it! Good first start though. Pixel parody is so is the content I craved. It's going down for real. Oh yeah, so Fearless, I assume you're talking about the team behind Dwarf Fortress, right? Like, yeah. They worked on a project. It was funded by donations. Once the donations started to become enough that they could like focus on it full time, like, it's feckin' grand. And I feel that the manner in which Dwarf Fortress is made, that's something that should be taught in schools. Oh yeah, Lance, we just started fighting Marina because I was super low on blood. So... Now, the fact that, you know, the release of Dwarf Fortress on Steam made them good money, I think is feckin' lovely, you know. It's definitely that couldn't have happened to a better team. It's because she hesitates a second with that one. Try. Gotta get the zoning jump. Ah. You know what? That's fair. I was being cocky. Fuck. With a bunch of her movesets, when she has them snapped together, there's like a beat of where you expect her to hit you, and she just waits just a little bit longer and then goes for it. So powerful. Pixel parodies. Yes. Good. More. Extreme violence. Oh, Legend says, no, Will, you're British. You weren't being cocky, you were being cockney. I actually failed my cockney rhyming slang entry exam, so sadly I cannot call myself a cockney in any way, shape, or form. The first exam is like apples and pears, and I said car, and they asked me to leave. Oh, you sneaky bad word. Always forward, never back. Oh shit, I literally said the rule. I literally said the rule and then did it and died. Always forward, never back. It gets worse. Yeah, that was the tag. Bloodborne. It gets worse. You think things are sad and bad now? Don't worry. It gets worse. Well, so Pixel, I have been using Ludwig's Holy Blade. And it might not be a bad shout, because I do get some ranged attacks. But it doesn't have the interrupt. Ludwig's Holy Blade, when it hits, so long as Maria's not past the point of her swing where she's committed, you can interrupt. And that is what's saving my fucking life right now. I've gotten her down to about, what, 2/3? Like, maybe down to a quarter health. But yeah, between the old Hunter's Bone... Fucking hell. That hesitation. When she gets both together, again, she just waits just long enough. Kablam! Lady Maria? Is this a commentary on Catholicism? Commentaries on video game? Sorry, commentaries on video games. Commentaries on religion in video games? And I never! Shuffles all JRPGs off screen. Duke Massax. She's an extremely demanding dancing partner. And we're both entirely aware of who's leading. That reminds me, I need to commission the Attack and Dethrone Golf for a t-shirt. go. There's the big meaty hit. Cool kid moves. That's new. Alright, here we go. Let's get spicy! Come on, come on. Oh, okay, maybe that was a little bit much. Oh! Ho, ho, ho! Tells me I should not be close to that. Alright. Final form! Oh, fucking spicy blood, are you kidding me? Again! Again! I mean, this is why I went and got extra blood this morning. You know what? Sorry, a cult game dev was saying that all they want is an East Coast GDC. Attack and dethrone GDC. Loads of people have tried to do, like, proper big New York meets and stuff like that, and it never seems to work. And I'm always curious as to why. You know, we have PAX East, but there really isn't anything else in the space. Oh, fuck. That was me yammering and I forgot to feckin' activate me ninja bone. I mean, Legend, the more important question is, what is it like having blood that catches fire? Oh, Time Warp says that the Whirly gig also gets good interrupts. Lovely. Well, so I know the reason why we don't have a lot of big game devs out on the East Coast, and it's like, you know, cost of living, especially in New York and places like that, it's a lot. But at this point, like, San Francisco and California are not any cheaper. You know, there seems to just be a, you know, people keep going there because people are already there, like perpetuality. At least Seattle's nice. Sorry, not to be an arse, but like, at least Seattle's nice. Alright. Hunter's Bone. Chop! Cheeky bad word. My turn. Ah, peoples. Made the mistake. I went back. Always forward, never back. Always forward, never back. We're also, and Occult Game Dev, the problem is quality of living as well. Like, it's something that we noticed with setting up a studio in New Zealand. Like, in the arse end of nowhere. Like, studio costs down, cost of living down, but asking people to be so separate from the rest of the world is a big ask. Sorry, because Occult Game Dev was saying that like both North Carolina and Virginia should be huge game dev hubs, high-speed internet, low cost of living, etc. But yeah, and especially in North America, like quality of living is so drastically different from state to state. Like, it's not even funny. Now, remote teams should help offset that, but the thing is, if you're running a remote team, how much do you pay people? Do you pay them what they're worth in San Francisco, or do you pay them what they're worth in North Carolina? Because, like, I know I've talked about this before, but, you know, my salary when I was a director, it wasn't huge, but it was huge for where I was in the world. Like, if I'd been paid that much remote, yeah, it would have sucked. Here we go. Oh, shit. It's time to fuck at that one. Oh, my face! Just being rude now. Now, you want to wreck this place? This is your chapel. I'm just visiting. Someone called this fight like Proto Sekiro, and I really agree with that. Sticks. So jumping back in, so Occult Game Dev says that what they've seen is a few studios do what they do for remote programmers is match the salary for a programmer in that region plus 20%, which means they can hire very talented programmers for a fraction of the cost. And the folks being hired don't have to move. Yeah. I mean, if the goal... the goal of working remote is to keep people in the regions they want to be, then feckin' yo. But it's like... Then you have to have that conversation with... If someone is in a region like, you know, Washington or California... and the median salary is fucking massive, and someone in their department's like, oh, I'm in the floating island of cheap living Kalina, or whatever, their average salary plus 20% is going to be drastically lower than that person's. So, yeah. Sorry, I'm not trying to poo-poo the idea with a with like conceptual problems. How big sword goes swoosh. Oh, shit. Broke the rule. I went backwards. Never go backwards. Never go backwards. But yeah, sorry. I didn't mean to poo-poo the idea. Because it's very, very different depending on the kind of operation you're working for. Like, if it's a team of, like, 3 to 10 people, then you're doing that project on the lowest budget you can whilst everyone can still have a good life, you know? If you have a team of anywhere from, like, you know, 30 to 60 or, you know, 30 to... Yeah, about 30 to 60, that's the point where there's probably funding coming in. That's the point where you're very much part of an operation and should definitely negotiate the highest and best salary you can. Anything that's 100 people or more, you're working for a company and a corporation. They owe you. And even if you are working on something creatively brilliant and understanding, once it gets to the triple figures of employees, like, all bets are off. You know, it shouldn't be about taking what is best for the operations. What's best for you? You know, knowing when to be a huge mercenary on a project is an art unto itself. I mean, shit, salary negotiation. That's the shit we should teach in fucking GDC. Always forward, never back. Always forward, never back. Oh, you did not just! Shit, I dodged backwards. Yep. If you move forward, game 2. Jam hand! We got this. We got this. Mecha Noel asking, Will, does your strategy take into account the slide to the left, do, slide to the right, do? It's just a step to the left. Oh shit, I fucked up the time warp already. Ah! I was a split second too late to pull off the bullshit move. Place your hands on your hips! Oh, I'm gonna fucking die to this boss a lot. And the thing is, like, I know there are peeps that will jump on and help with this, but I don't know. I feel like I gotta do this. Because I played through Bloodborne, you know, And when you play through Bloodborne the first time, as I'm sure you well know, it's really hard to get a hold of a lot of insight. You don't want to just spend it willy-nilly. And, like, aside from fucking Ice King, you know, the bosses are understandable. But I've never done this boss myself. So it feels disingenuous to... That's just fucking rude. But yeah, the reason why I say this is like proto Sekiro is just because it's very much dance. Cheeky with a gunshot and then I can cancel. Alright, let's fucking go! And yeah, no, so Occult, you're entirely right. The way in which they telegraph her stance changes and her snap together changes is wonderful. Because she actually has a little bit more drama than other hunter characters you fight against. But it definitely builds both trepidation and fear, because when she swaps that weapon out, you're like, piss, I guess. We got this. See, but it's a smart fight. Like, she does clever shit like that. The hesitation on that. Fuck. Oh, we got this. Is it suggesting that I start using fucking poisonous daggers to sort it out? Hey, Mega Boss, have yourself a lovely rest of your weekend, and I hope you get all the good sleeps. As a quick FYI, we will be streaming on Monday. It's be the launch day stream for Waves of Steel. So it'll be our second sponsored stream. What was our last vessel? Because we had the Venga boat, and then the Venga boat was replaced by the Gay Agenda. Oh, the Double Pain Bow. Yes, the HMS Double Pain Bow will be setting sail. Oh, though I'm fearful. Sorry, Legend was like, why don't you ever do clever shit like that? Because Maria doesn't give a fuck. You have to give a fuck to be able to be faked out. So yeah, so Mega Boss, we'll see you on Monday. I haven't decided what next week's going to look like in its entirety, but... Alright, now it's flamey blood. Also, I don't know if you saw, she took no damage when I stabbed her right after the blood move. Oh! Oh! We got this. Whew. No, not quite, Mateus. See, if I can get her to that third form, there's only a certain place near her where you're safe. Because it's... the after fire hurts. And works very good for interruption. Also, once she goes blood mode, the recovery from those hits takes a lot more time. Shit. And she homes in on that quick draw. Dumb. Why did I do that? Yes! 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 Oh. I think I just stopped breathing. I'm gonna rewatch the VOD, because I think I just stopped blinking. Holy fucking moly! Moly, 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 moly. Moly, 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 moly. Moly, 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 moly. focus, ultra
3
focus.
cheers for Will.
Legend, thank you kindly. And Shitaro's like, thank you. Also, Navi, Dustin, nice. And then Lost Flowers is like, remember, she's only trying to protect you. Yeah, Maria's actually one of the few good people in Bloodborne. So, don't feel good about that.
Victory.
But at what cost? Oh. Let's go spend off fucking echoes before I, like, trip over a rusty nail, die, and lose them all. Woo! Time Warp says you go talk to the doll. Yes. And then we need to equip one of the runes, right? Like, that's one of the other things. Okay.
Good hunter. This may sound strange, but have I somehow changed? Moments ago, from some place, perhaps deep within, I sensed a liberation from heavy shackles. Not that I would know. How passing strange. Very well. Let me stand.
Beefcake, beefcake, beefcake! Alright, we get the same buff for both weapons if I pop it into strength, so jobs are good. And we can go repair our
Farewell,
stuff.
good hunter.
Jobs are good. But yeah, so the association between Maria and the doll is both fascinating and kind of haunting. Time Warp says you will meet a fish man in the next area. Do not attack him. Alright. So what have we chose? We chose more blood echoes, HP, and MP. So we'll change the HP one for some visceral attacks. Holy Toledos. Okay, which was the rune again? Sorry. More items from Discovery. The Oath rune. Claw mark, air, fading, deep, moon. Oh, it's in the blue column. Oh, it's an Oath rune. Which one? Milkweed. Alright. Okay. Wet! Fucking wet! Why is that a thing? Why am I broccoli faced? Why am I damp broccoli? Explain yourself, Time Warp. It gets better, eventually. It just is. Fine. Navi's like, why not? There is a lot of you. Oh yeah, we haven't found a blood rock yet. Okay, so it's a rune you need equipped to pick up the weapon the orphan drops. Alright. I don't think we got any bigger or better gems, but it's always good to have a quick little spin through just in case we find something that makes the numbers go up. We did use up a lot of blood vials. We probably wouldn't have been able to... Oh, wait, cool!
Humble store purchase made for £15.99.
Which of you lovely Mother Hubbards was that? Tell me your tales. But no, seriously, whoever that was, thank you. As I've said many times, like, I know it's a pain in the ass to go through a partner link and then go to a third-party site, but thank you, and I do appreciate it, alright? So cheers to you. I'm just riding high off that fucking fight. I'm sure I'm gonna feel guilty, but... Bloodrock is the Nightmare of Mensis or the end of DLC. Oh god, we've still got, the Nightmare of Mensis to look forward to. Whee! Anyway, we'll keep going with the DLC, because I'm really enjoying this. I mean, legend, there's also that. Mateus was saying it's a bit off topic, but beating the Underhang again as the Artificer, remember why I avoid that area on my usual routes. I don't know what you're talking about. With the Artificer's double jump, the Underhang was positively glorious. I enjoyed it. I'm going back as the Gourmand, and we're on the way up to go see Pebs, and it's... I forgot how hard and bad it is. If you wonder what we're talking about, friends, it's Rain World and the new characters. I love the fact that the Gourmand's motivation is to eat their own personal list of tasty things. Alright. So... the dial for the Great Astral Clock. Where do we use it? Here? I thought it would prompt us to be able to use it just immediately. Sorry about that, friends. I'm just gonna say, I don't actually feel sick today. I just, for some reason, I'm just sneezing up a fucking storm. Which is worrying, to say the very least. Sorry. I forgot I hadn't muted the mic again. That's me being gross. My apologies, dear friends. So bus driver, we just beat Maria, like just. Oh, here we go. Hold up the celestial dial. Or pop some weird stuff. There's also that. Well, I know Legend, but for some people it's a noise they don't want to hear. Also, here's a fun fact that I was told by a friend of mine. On that clock dial, there are runes which we have seen on the blood runes which we get inscribed. There's at least one rune on there that has never been found in the game. Now our next express route to Innsmouth. Is that where we're going? That would explain you're talking about fish people. Looks like fish, tastes like people. Look up. The moon! And some pirates! Oh, it's very cool. Although, the impossibility of the geometry in the Hunter's Nightmare is fascinating. And... see, Mechano World, that's one of the fascinating things, is kind of same, And I'm not sure why. Like, because the story of Bloodborne is not a happy one. It's not a good one. Yet why do I feel so compelled to want to be in this world? I don't know. I've been trying to make sense of it. We talked about this a lot with Hades, but then Hades is character-driven. The reason why we want to go back to Hades is because the gameplay is stellar, and the characters are so wonderfully charming. Yeah, when you meet a fishman, follow him to the end of his walk. Okay? Oh, just in case any of you are new here or just got in or haven't been in for the Bloodborne streams. So I played through Bloodborne, the main game. This is my first time playing the DLC, but, like, please don't worry about massive spoilers. I mean, if I'm about to get jumped by one of these buildings, don't tell me, but, like, all story and narrative stuff are completely valid. It's a little boat. Like, I'm seeing a lot of blood marks here. Like, what did you all do? They just walk out into the water and just... Yep, no, they walked out, went to try and say hi to the boat, died. Good work, Dingus. Okay.
Humble store purchase made for $29.99.
And whoever that was, or if it was the same person, thank you. So we just follow this person. Alright, I can do that.
Curse here, curse there. A curse for he and she. White hair. A bottomless curse. Bottomless sea. Source.
Legend says the only spoiler they won't tell us is about the truck that's about to run us over. Yeah, we're about to get isekai'd. MDH was saying that to them, Bloodborne is a world of struggle and strife, but there is a feeling of triumph in your story. So while it's bleak, it feels like you can do something about it. That's a good point. Most of the Soulsian games feel like you're just walking through the ruins of what could never be. And then it's your choice at the end of how the world progresses again. Ooh, an accursed brew. Lovely.
Blasphemous murders, blood-crazed fiends. Atonement for the wretches, by the wrath of Mother Goss. Mercy for the poor wizened child.
Can't tell if that's the creaking of wood in the background or if it's like some wild jazz nonsense happening.
Blasphemous murders, blood-crazed fiends.
But yeah, I see what you're saying, MDH. Like, it does feel like...
By the wrath of Mother Goss. Mercy.
It does feel like you have a... I don't want to say positive impact, but it feels like through your actions, the world of Bloodborne could be saved. Does that make a weird sense? Like, I mean, the fact that you killed Rom and... Ooh! That was cool.
Murders, blood-crazed fiends. Atonement for the wretches, by the wrath of Mother Goss. Mercy for the poor wizened child. Mercy. Oh, please.
Trying to get a look under his hood there. Matey boy is not having a good time.
Blasphemous murders, blood-crazed fiends.
You're just doing your cool jams, casting some lightnings.
For the wretches, by the wrath of Mother
Let me know
Goss.
once we can when we can continue.
Mercy for the poor wizened child.
Oh, okay. So the accursed brew was the extra thing.
Oh, please.
Then let's have a look at the inventory. Accursed brew. Throw a concoction of curses at foes. Ooh. Okay, accursed brew. The skull of a local from the violated fishing village. The violated fishing village sounds like an awful metal band. The inside of the skull was forcibly searched for eyes, as evidenced by the numerous scratches and indentations. No wonder the skull became slewed in curses. They who offer baneful chants weep with them as one in trance. That's gross and horrifying. Okay, so his full dialogue only happens if you have the milkweed rune equipped. Oh, sorry! Kicked over somebody's fucking gravestone. I'm the baddie. Okay, let's go fight some fishmen. I mean, I guess, like, this was always going in a very eldritch direction, and you can... Ooh. Okay. Whatever it was that we just saw gave us, like, 4 insight? Reminiscent of old labyrinth. Nice. Yeah, and Sturdy Kiwi, as we know, yeah, when they say eyes on the inside, that's not a metaphor. They're actually scraping it out to make sure it's not a Bergenworth internal eyeball scenario. Okay. So we don't need milkweed for the rest of the game. I'm going to swap it out, because it's gross and weird. Cthulhu for Targan. What a wonderful phrase. Ain't no passing craze. Now, you know what, friends? I'm going to take a quick pee break before we hit the rest of the DLC. And turn off this gangly, like, damp broccoli nonsense.
Humble store purchase made for year 12,59.
Okay, so whoever it is that's been picking stuff up off the Humble store, like, seriously, thank you. That stuff very adds up at the end of it stuff very adds up by the end of a month, and it helps me feed all the animals in this varying house, myself included. So, seriously, thank you. Alright. And yeah, you know what? 12 deaths against Maria feels good. I thought we were going to be at this for the whole last day, so I'm feeling pretty proud. Okay, you lovely Mother Hubbards. I'm just going to quickly nip to Lou, and then let's keep going. To be continued. Alright, let's go meet some fish people. Sorry, just Occult Game Dev was asking if I gave you all the finger. No, it was the I'll just be a second.
Magical broccoli snipe.
The person with bacon in their moniker, a broccoli snipe, seems out of character. Yet here we are. Fish people, looks like fish, tastes like people. Ow. No, I just hard agree with Mateus. Bacon and broccoli is top tier. Brussels sprouts and bacon? Fuck yeah. You're in the know, right? Therefore, time for charged attacks. Alright, I can do this. Ah!
As the envoy of the fish people, we welcome you to our moist abode.
Get to the boat. That threw me for a loop there. I was like, wait, who do I know in Japan? How are you doing? Yeah, we've just hit the fishing hamlet. Your timing is spot on, and 42 months, so thank you kindly. How's it going with you? Tell me your tales, friend. We just beat Maria, which... oh god. I'm genuinely surprised it didn't take me all day. And yeah, we literally just got to the fishing hamlet, so... I've played enough Call of Cthulhu to know that we just start swinging and don't hesitate. Oh, Mecha Noel, like, don't make me get the mods. Like, sexy talk needs to be curbed. Sorry, Mecha Noel was suggesting bacon, peppers, sprouts, roasted, and a heck of a lot of cheese and an omelette. Oh, fuck me up. Get to the boat. I'm doing good. Fiona is away this weekend, which means there's a lot of animal care going on. But Caffeine's here helping me look after the place and keep the baby boy from whinging up a storm. I too have also been down the Tarkov black hole, but here's the weird one. So get to the boat. I installed the mod for Tarkov that lets it be a single player game. And I initially did it because I wanted to make a video about, like, you know, the environments of Tarkov and the amount of detail that goes into them. Kind of do like an urban exploration thing, right? Except for I ended up getting really into it, and it's really good as a single player game. Fish wizard. Fish wizard. Fish wizard. Fish wizard! Oh! Gargle for me, you bastards! I just beat Maria. Y'all ain't got shit, you barnacle-laden bad words. Oh, Mecha Noel, I'm glad we could be the inspiration for that. So Time War says, do we know anything about the enemies here? No, aside from that person who was talking about Bergenworth and the butchers. So I guess this place predates the Bergenworth discoveries? Hubris. Psh, hubris is for nerds. I just beat Maria. I'm awesome. Ooh, Lost Flower says you can get a new weapon here. Her weapon. I didn't know that, but I'm intrigued. Like... Excuse me, do one of you damn bastards want to fight? So Get to the Boat was saying that they love the world design of Tarkov, that the maps are so full of environmental storytelling, most won't take the time to see. Well, most don't get the time to see. That was why I wanted to make that original video. Now, I understand, like, the Tarkov devs are not the best. They're not awful, but they're not the best. And...
Looks around, you know. I don't think we are at the Pike's Place fish market anymore, Yogi.
I mean... Says you. If we start seeing anybody chucking a halibut around, we know where we're at. Or, well, technically a salmon. Hi. Welcome to Bergen... what was it? Welcome to Burgersworth, where you're Bergen worth it. What can I take? What can I get you to start? Can I take your order? Welcome to the new... McBurgersworth. McFish. Fear giant fun. This is a fine note. Eagle lives. How are you doing, friend? Don't you get spooky at me? But I'm assuming this is like a Shadows over Innsmouth type situation, right? Yeah, so Time Warp, I had a feeling that it was reversed chronological order, because the first thing we encountered was the old hunters, but Maria was one of the first hunters. Holy fucking shit! What the fuck are you supposed to be? He just fucking crawled on me! Thanks. I hate it. Yeah, he just belly flop and then went blah, 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 blah. Alright, that was very hubris of me. So Doing the Time Warp says that that this area is I don't know if I'd call it an homage to Shadows over Innsmouth, but it's definitely of that, like, you know, the thing from the deep, twisting and corrupting. But we've only just started exploring this area, so I don't know the lore behind it. Though, yeah, so what people were saying was that, well, basically the DLC seems to be a bunch of events in reverse order. So at the start of the DLC, we're in Central Yharnam, but it's warped and twisted and half-remembered. The place where hunters go when they lose their minds to the Old Blood. Then after that... I'm just trying to remember the line. So yeah, after we got through that... that was when we ended up in the hospital over towards Maria, which was the early experiments of the shit that they found. Not just the Old Blood, but also the spinal fluid. The team that would become like the chorus and shit, which, if I understand correctly, is before the split with the split to form the Holy Healing Church and what have you. Then we clear through that, we fight Maria, and now we're in this place, which would put this as like the beginning of. Now, to my understanding, like, the Bergenworth scholars found the Old Blood and the squidgy baby. They found the baby old one in the what do we call it? In the Chalice dungeons, right? But correct me if I'm wrong on that. Oh, okay, and apparently, friends, the fish giant is infamous. get up in them fish guts. God, I'm trying not to remember the smell. I'm trying not to think about the smell. Oh.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
What ho and good blood to thee.
And a good blood to thee. Welcome, good hunter. Sorry, Convo Cap, thank you for fucking the maximum 52 months. It's really fucking cool of you, so thank you. Just want to say a proper thank you before we continue with fish murder! Or fish murder! You're just an ox. Oh, cool. There's the ladder. Alright, so is that... God, that looks hideous down there. And Rilu, Watto and welcome. Yeah, so get to the boat. If I'm able to, I will do that. Because I've got the functionality to do just some explorational stuff. Alright. Okay, this Mother Hubbard here, he makes the same noise as the explodey fish from Subnautica, and it's doing me a damage. But yeah, sorry, jumping back. So yeah, get to the boat. It's something I'd still like to do. You know, I don't see myself doing a long video series of like environmental exploration, but there are a few games where I think there's more credit due than is necessarily discussed. And I definitely think that the Tarkov environmental art is one of those. Oh, CMC, definitely the Subnautica crash fish, because they can sneak up on you. Beefcake Bones over here, he ain't sneaking up on anyone. But on the flip side, he doesn't need to sneak up on anyone. You know? Oh, heck off me. Because he just whistles innocently. Oh, look at me. I can hesitate if I stab one in the goal.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Aww. Rilu, that's lovely to hear.
Subnautica randomizer when? #3 Frankie.
Oh, fresh fish. Lizzie, how are you doing, friend? Watto, welcome. Hello, hello. Thank you both for everything that you do, and also for the full 52 months. Like, heckin' yo. How does a Subnautica randomizer work? Because we did. I mean, you were there when we did the Subnautica crowd control. The chaos was very real. Actually, friends, if you go have a look in the clip section, there's a lot of nonsense from that whole thing. Oi! Fishmans. But no, really, that is feckin' lovely. Those are the little kind of stories that just, you know, warm the cockles of your hearts. Maybe even below the cockles, the sub-cockle region. Alright, currently I'm fighting this big bad word. Not this one, it's his mate. Fuck you, big man. Fuck you. And the big fish you rode in on. Fuck you. Oh. But yeah, Lizzie, I hope things have been going good with yourself. Sadly, we already got through the Maria fight, which no one is more surprised than I am that I managed to win it in a decent amount of time. Nice try, grabby hands. And the big fish is down. Right. So we've got a couple of ways we can go from here. So we got up into the building there, up into the distance, something over here. Oh, you know what, Mateus? That might be the nicest thing anyone has said to me. Because I am very surprised. Alright. Matey boy is up there's got a wicked throwing arm, so we might need to deal with him first. Box Driver says they should really get back into good old BB, but has been there in theirs for a number of the past weeks. I wanted to do this as a group play before either I started doing Elden Ring or we started doing Elden Ring. Like, we'll have a talk about that as we get closer, because I've experienced very little of Elden Ring, and by the time I got a copy of it, you know, the whole of the internet was playing it. It was the most streamed and or YouTubed game, outpacing like Minecraft and CSGO and shit like that. So, I didn't want you all to be bored of having to watch Elden Ring stuff. Oh, and Dustin. That sounds lovely. Alright. Alright, we'll go check out the well. Okay, that's a lantern. The well does have a cool thing in it. And the cool thing is, more of the big boys, except for now. So weird. So you're recommending we go to the well. I think I've got something here for... Arseholes, a lot of you! Can't believe you did that to me! Oh, the anchor-wielding sibling is probably the most hated enemy in the game! Oh, good! Oh, goody! How wonderful! Bastard. Terrors. I'm gonna bully some fish people. No, but I mean it bugged out. But they fucking ate me. Okay, so Lost Flowers is saying the second one that spawns does have Maria's weapon. Alright. Hey up, fish wankers! So it is a worthwhile fight, okay. Still. Get a good old fistful of fish guts right there. So Lizzie, Basically, this squad have been telling me to head down into the well to go get some goodies. First, you've got to go. No! Fuck! I'm gonna kill so many fish. I'm gonna kill so many fish. This is gonna be a fish massacre. I'm gonna go through the Little Mermaid with a depth charge. Like, it is going to be violent and messy. Oh yeah, it's sushi night tonight. Let's fucking... No! So to Lil Nev, Watto and welcome. Come on in. We just beat Maria, so I'm only just now learning the fishy ways of this establishment. But come on in. As an FYI, this is my first time going through the Bloodborne DLC, so don't tell me if there's any like jumps or ambushes or what have you. But all story beats are fair game. Spoilers are fair game. We're talking about anything and everything. So it's not quite no spoilers. It's just, don't tell me if one of these buildings transforms into like a fishy Baba Yaga. But like, we are absolutely... I mean, as I said, it's more of a celebration than anything, but we've been talking about the plot, the story, the motivation, everything that happens. And then just as you came in, Jay posts like, let's make Will dab, because apparently that's a fucking... For a brief second, I could have pretended to be cool. Like, oh, hi, my name's Will Overguard. I just beat Maria, and it only took me, like, 20 deaths. How cool and badass am I in the cool and badass style? But no. No. You're gonna do it over here. Hobbita! Proud J-Post. Are you happy? Okay, so Little Neville says Marina... I keep saying Marina. Maria took him 10 tries. That's solid. It took me 12 tries today, and I think we gave it a good, like, 6 or 7 last time. Kakazi, I hate that you're right. What's that? A new person in stream? Will pretending to be a professional? We'll see to that. Put the bloody camera back down. Yeah. I don't know what's going on with me today. I'm just a snotty mess. But I don't have a cold. I don't feel under the weather. I feel fine. I just, for some reason, I'm just all gunked up. Which makes me nervous. So, on one of the next breaks, I'll do a fucking plague test. Like, I haven't been anywhere awesome or bombastic, but, knowing my bloody luck, right? Really, I'm not really the sort to have allergies, but, you can develop them, so maybe. I've got whatever's bugging Amos. So Red Burning Dragon, we managed to clear Maria. Took us, what was it, 10, 12 times? And I stopped breathing. I mean, really, that's the weird thing, is that I don't think it's like it's the old hangover sniffles, which can happen. I mean, as I'm sure... to those of you that aren't drinkers, if you drink way too heavy for a couple of nights in a row, basically you wear your immune system down, and so you can get like fishy guts, micro sniffles and whatnot. So bus driver, I spoke to Floydo about doing some Rain World nonsense. He's currently swamped at the moment with projects. So it might be something we go back to in the future. The next goal is actually to set a date with Chorby for a full-on 4-player, same-place slug catathon. Because I tried the Rain World multiplayer using the Steam remote system, and so long as you both have honkingly good internet, it's fine. Yeah, I know. Dan Floyd, super busy. Shocking, I know. And I think he's announced that he's moving house at some point. Yeah, no, he said on stream, so it's fine to talk about. Yeah, so Floydo's moving. So it's full-time job, plus Playframe and New Frame Plus, plus moving house. Like, any one of those is a full-on commitment, and, yeah. Oh, that's weird. Uncle T, it must have just been Twitch being dodgy, because you're definitely not shadow banned. I'd fight Mr. Twitch himself if that were the case. And yeah, no, Lizzie, like, hard agree. Moving house is fucking exhausting. Do I still have to beat the big fish? Is he still there? Look around the corner. Yeah, he's still there. Fucking Vivian.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems online.
Did you finally win?
Not against these wankers, but yes. Hindle, thank you for the 52 months. I did actually manage to beat Maria 1v1. Though, if these fish people keep doing this, I may call in backup support just for absolute fish murder. But yeah, so Uncle T and all of you have joined us. I hope you're doing well. And get to the boat. I have been obsessively poring over the details of the new Armored Core game, so I'm very excited for it. I think it is going to be thoroughly fascinating. Well, so Angel Kalina, I mean, as I'm sure you know, like, good luck with moving. Bacon's like, okay, I've got it. Winning mix for this area. Lemon and tart sauce. Now, what I need is a really, really big version of those shucking knives for, like, oysters. And Lil Nev, thank you kindly for the offer. I'm going to try and keep going, because, again, like... so, we've been doing, like, group playthroughs of the Soulsian games. We did Dark Souls 1. We tried to do 2. The multiplayer for 2 is still a nightmare. And then, when lockdown kicked in, we did a group playthrough of Dark Souls 3. And we were, like, Dark Souls, the class of 2020. So I challenged everybody to make weird builds and different builds, and not the kind of thing you'd usually play. So I did the anime bullshit Ultra Greatsword, which was real fun. One person only used shields for their entire playthrough. Some people did like weird magic mix-up builds or strange and interesting weapons. It was real good. It ended up taking us a while to get through it. So when we finished all of Dark Souls 3 as a group, that was like the class of 2020 graduating. I still have dreams of making a yearbook, but at this point, like, I think I need to bring somebody on board who likes making stuff like that, because, like, I haven't had time to fucking sleep, let alone make cool shit. But, so the idea was that because of Bogenworth, with Bloodborne, it was kind of like Bloodborne U. It was our, like, further education. Elden Ring is going to be like work placement or something. Blue collar tarnished. Love it. Alright, we don't need to defeat big fishermen. Alright, let's head down this way. There's nothing quite like hearing a fucking winter lantern just to fuck up your day. Are you fucking kidding me? You nautical twat! Dies. Can't fucking believe this. But yeah, so, sorry, the reason why I was telling you that, Lil Nev, is because for at least the DLC, I'm trying to go through it as much as I can solo, just because, like, Bloodborne doesn't have an upper limit on people's strength. And we had a situation early on in the run-through of Bloodborne where we went up against the Vicar, and people were looking forward to seeing how I handled it. But I brought a squad in, and yeah, she died within like 20 seconds. It was brutal. And while I'm not saying that the challenge and the struggle is necessary for enjoying Bloodborne, I can understand that people were giddy to see me get my face wrecked by brutal bosses. Oi! So rude. Thing is, I don't even need to do that. It just makes me feel good. The old ankle wanker. God. But yeah, especially for like central parts. So okay, so we haven't found too much in this area that's really expanded upon the situation. So like in the Lovecraft story of Shadows over Innsmouth, basically the town of Innsmouth pledges itself to, I think it's meant to be Dagon, one of the elder gods, in exchange for prosperity, and it slowly warps the populace into these fish people. It's kind of cool. Shadows over Innsmouth was one of those stories that, when you go back and read it, it's not good, and was definitely one of the times where you could see Lovecraft's very racist bias coming through. But it's an inspirational story, in that the ideas that it kind of dabbles with, at least a little, are very fascinating. Also, I'm going to clear out this fucking building, because I need a break from Anchor Wanker beating me to death with my own skull. You bastards. So yeah, I'm trying to understand the story behind this particular village, but I think we need to get a little bit further. Okay, bus driver, I fucking love that. That would be our pitch for the start of Elden Ring. So what have you done with your undergrad in blood administration and masters in optothermatology? Well, I got a goat horse and killed God. How are you? Yeah, and fearless. Everybody's fearless. Fred, I do like, you know, the modern reworkings of things like Shadows over Innsmouth. Like, we're keeping the heart of it, but removing the racism. Numbers, I didn't know that, actually. Numbers was asking if I knew that one part of Chrono Trigger was written to emulate the Call of Cthulhu in Japanese. I didn't know that. Dustin says Shadows over Innsmouth implies the existence of lights over outnodes. Are you proud of yourself on that one? Terror. But no, obviously I've had to. Obviously we've had the artist conversation repeatedly over the last couple of weeks. So I don't think it's something that we need to go into, but it's interesting that the concepts that came from Lovecraft's work have been so inspirational, whereas a lot of the actual works themselves kind of drifted off into obscurity, you know, because they're not good stories. You know, the running joke being like, you know, and Cthulhu was this gigantic, an unfathomable creature that could not be explained. And then the writer goes on to spend multiple pages explaining the unexplainable. You know, hard to give it mad props. Mateus was saying the first aesthetic thing to look towards in this place is the barnacles look a lot like eyes. Yes, and we know what that means. But yeah. Oh, sorry. So, Little Nev, I guess I should introduce myself proper because I've been kind of talking at you a little bit. So I'm Will. It's lovely to make your acquaintance. I worked in video games for about 10 years. Whether I do or do not work in video games now is a matter of perspective. But we really like talking about the art and craft of video games, like deconstructing them, trying to understand them, like understanding not only how they play, but how they make us feel and how they go about that. So, you know, it's impossible to have these kind of chats without at some point bringing up H.P. Lovecraft, and that usually leads to the same conversation of like art versus artist, you know, death of the author, etc. But it is interesting to talk about any of the like Lovecraftian mythos stuff because it has outgrown and outlived its original creator in such a way as to become incredibly influential. It's become a shorthand for cosmic horror, or a style of horror that is simply unknowable. Yeah, no, Fred, I do agree with you, and I think that's why the original stories don't hold up as well. As Fred was saying, that the challenge is that the core idea of understanding the nature of the cosmos is something that humanity simply cannot do and stay sane is very contrary to modern science. But that sentence alone is very inspirational. So, like, in Bloodborne, I'm trying to remember which video it was, but it's, you collect Madman's knowledge, and when you use Madman's knowledge, you gain insight into the world. And so one person described it as, it's like you see the truth of things, and how that changes you may be perceived as madness. There's also been some great ones like the concept of ants to humans theories, and I know we've talked about these, but they are quite fun. Like, you know, we are to ants what the old ones would be to us, essentially. And so one of the ones that made me laugh is the funny story about, like, if you're walking in a garden and you see that a bunch of ants have spelt out your full name, like, you'd stop and pay attention. And then, you know, if they ask you for, like, I don't know, if they ask you for, like, food and prosperity, you can just give them your sandwich, which is such an insane amount of food for an ant colony, right? But if they asked you specific things like, this little ant wants to, you know, be lovers with this little ant, like, how would you do that? Well, what if you just crushed everybody and just left them alone? Like, that explains, like, the thinking of cosmic horror. I find that fascinating. But also, as one person put it, you know, the madness of the cosmos is, imagine just for like 2 or 3 minutes, an ant got to observe the world as we do. You know, all our culture, art, the way in which we see the world, you know, how we taste food, how we understand the universe. Imagine an ant got to see the world from our perspective for just a few minutes and then had to go back to being an ant. Like, what would that do? That's the madness of truth of the cosmos. And I love that as a concept. You know, there's a person on TikTok who's doing a series of videos about how two-dimensional beings would experience their universe and how we as three-dimensional beings would experience theirs. But then, the bit where she starts baking everybody's fucking brains is when she starts transposing those theories onto how a fourth-dimensional being would experience our three-dimensional world. Like, it's fucking wild. Shit like that, like, can definitely have taken inspiration from. You come over here, because I'm not fighting that big bastard. So yeah. I knew he was going to do that. He was just waiting for big boy Barry over here to get fighty. You wanker. No! I hit everything in that fucking place. I hate this fish village. I hate that guy's face. Holy fuck! Why are you here? Go home, you fish wanker! Die in a fire! Barry wants a hug! I feel like Tommy Lee Jones at the end of Men in Black. Like, I just look at this poor character who has been partially digested and vomited up. He stole my sword. It's a really good sword. I love that sword. Oh no! Vulture Pony, how did you do a black and white shark? Is that just one of the, like, the little channel point tweaks? Oh yeah, we still have those. Modify and emote. Fucking yo. Fucking bastard. We still gotta fight the two of them down there. But yeah, so jumping back. Like, that's one of the things that's so fascinating is that, like, the concepts that cosmic horror inspired have endured, but cosmic horror itself just, okay, no, it does exist. It's just, it's changed so drastically from that original kind of, like, Lovecraftian concept. And as we know, a large proportion of that was mired in some very racist ideologies. Right. Oh yeah, sorry. Get to the boats correct. Yeah, so laptop was powered down. That is good. Take the battery out of it if it's got a removable battery. And leave it to dry for a good few days. If it's water and there wasn't like any juice or anything else in it, you'll be fine. But how do we get up in here? We have to continue round. Alright, I really don't want to fight those two guys because they're assholes. Take a step forward. What was that? Took a step forward and it just got damp and gross. Okay, we'll probably get to there later on. I've got to go fight those fish wankers, don't I? I'll use the old hunter's bone. The other way round. seen me. Maybe I can get the backstab on him. Fuck you! God damn it, you piece of fish shit! Alright, one more shot. And then we massacre this fuck. Sorry, do bear with me a second, friends. Okay, sorry about that. I do apologise for being nose and phone. So Time Warp, we don't have an MP password yet, but let's change that. The last week's was just evil! Let's see if fish shit will fit in the password section. Yeah, okay, the password is fish shit. I'm going to give it one more try, one more honest try, and then if anyone wants to help me fucking murders these fish bastards, I am down. I am stoked. And I thought we were good, like, after we killed Marina. Why do I keep saying Marina? Oh, because of the fish. After we killed Maria, I was like, alright, you know, that was a hell of a fight, but we got this.
Fish heads, rolly poly fish heads, they eat two.
Bacon, thank you for the bits. But we do not support the fish heads here! These fishy-and bastards! I kind of feel bad for this person, because I keep basically just taking my frustrations out on them. Oh! I mean, Kakashi, that could be it. Like, the beasts at the beginning of the Hunter's Dream, they're still afraid. But, like, at this point, I guess the fish people, I mean, they're probably bored more than anything else. Alright, back and kill this guy. Okay, well, so Angel, at very least, like, just, yeah, leave it unplugged for the next couple of days, let it dry. Again, if it's just water, your laptop will be fine. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Alright, here we go. We get wrecked by that fucking winter land of that. even are these combos he's rocking? There we go, there we go, there we go! Oh no! That's the fucking worst. I had him! I had him! No! Calling all cars, calling all cars. The cars containing hunters. This is an APB. I am putting out an APB on some fish wanker who keeps ruining my day! I got the backstab. I was ready for it. His mate's like, whee! Fucking belly flopping. Fucking hunter clown car. And sorry for being nose and phone friends, is Caffeine is being very lovely and is looking after the puppies for me this evening so I can go hang out with a friendo, which is really cool. However, I do need to be careful because if I'm suddenly feeling like all like sneezy for no reason, that could be the start of the bad lurg, which would suck. I mean, I don't really go out or go anywhere, so fuck knows where it's come from, but you know, especially considering as like said friendo is supposed to be going on holiday and shit, and I would feel so guilty if I was like, hey, come on round, no big deal, hello buddy. Oh yeah, sorry, time warp, I have to use the beckoning bell, you're right. I don't know if I've got enough insight to make it work though. Alright, calling all hunters, calling all hunters. The network password is fish shit, and the operation is kill these gigantic bastards. If you do come on in, let's stay as a group. That way, if you do break their face, everybody watching can see you do it. If you rush ahead and murder everything, then all we see is just the number go up. I want this guy fucking dead. I want his friend dead. I want his other fish mate dead. I want them all fucked. Not in a fun way. Okay, bell's ringing. The password is fish shit. Password is fish shit. But yeah, aside from the accursed brew, we haven't picked up anything else around here. You know what, though, if I do start putting point... Oh, here we go. Friend! It's Amos! Hey! Which of you lovely Mother Hubbards is that? I've got a bell-ringing woman to kill as well. Oh, we have a second friend! Together, friend! Yay! Alright. We got Amos and Swagbone. Swagbone looking stylish. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Right, let's go fucking murder some fish. Teamwork makes the dream work. What's that, fish people? Can't fight 3 hunters at once? No fish mercy! Alright, let's deal with big fish, because we need to kill the bell-ringing woman. such a massive bastard. Alright, where's that bell ringing, lass? Thought you were around this way. Oh. Further into the dungeon. Alright. Alright, squad. Turn on my lucky lantern. Oh, that's why I kept losing. I didn't have my lucky lantern on. Alright, let's do this. Whee! Ow! You absolute bastard! I will say, it's so much harder to get co-op working in this game, but it's so much more powerful. Oh, there we go! Alright, let's see if I can equip it. I can. A hunter weapon wielded by Lady Maria of the Astral Clock Tower. A trick sword originates in the same country as the Canehurst Shikage, only this sword feeds not of blood, but instead demands great dexterity. Lady Marina was found fond of this aspect of the Ryoko, as she frowned upon blood blades despite being a distant relative of the Queen. But one day she abandoned her beloved Ryoko, casting it into a dark well when she could stomach its presence no longer. So even though we fight her, this was the point where she said no more. She would no longer be a hunter, and that's when she decided to go help people. That's fascinating. And I can equip it. It's not great for us, but I can equip it. We'll have a faff around with that in a little bit. Whilst we've got the squad with, let's clear out some fish people. So the fish village was the turning point. So what happened here, I wonder? Because like the people seem to be pretty twisted and pretty meta. They're pretty hecked up, you know. So there must be something that happened in this village, you know. Right up here! There's something about pulling apart a fishman and throwing him out a first story window that just makes me feel better. And yeah, get to the point, I have watched a lot of Vati Vidya's lore breakdowns. Though one thing I found really fascinating is he hasn't actually done that much on Bloodborne comparable to some of the other Soulsian games. Because I thought I couldn't find them, but yeah, he's not done as much on Bloodborne as he has on the rest. And I do find that rather fascinating. There's still so much to be said about this game. But... now, like, whatever you all did to this guy, he is super dead. Oh god! Oh god, what in the fucking hell is that? I hate that with every fibre of my being. Also, gets the boat. Here's the weird thing. Every year, I hear a very credible source say that this is the year that they're going to announce Bloodborne on PC. Every year. And every year, it doesn't happen. But the thing is, the people who say it, they aren't just like enthusiastic fans or consumers. They are people who know the space. So I'm really not sure what to make of it all, you know? Fuck off. Big Fishman, no! No. We have come too far. No! Fish twats! No, I need a moment. I need a moment. I need a fucking... Time Warp, thank you for unlocking the shortcut there. Ah, so Little Nev was Swagbone. Who was Amos? God, fucking... I am going back to the Hunter's Dream. We are taking a breath and a breather before I spike my only PlayStation controller out the fucking window. If I break this controller, we can't keep going. Ah, well, Time Warp, thank you kindly. Great name for a character. Feckin' cheeky bit. I'll see if we got any more blood gems, because I know we picked some up. Fucking hell. Yeah, Darkness Monster. We got fish magic. The one magic I have no resistance to. Fish magic. But yeah, so like, get to the boat. If there ends up being like a Bloodborne remake that is also on PC, I'd say play it. With like, the Dark Souls 1 remake was handled so well and kept all of the original and just made it a better experience to play. There we go. Yeah, I'll take that. I'll take that beefcake in power. Breaks so much face with this. And yeah, let's have a little play around with Maria's weapon whilst we're having a breather. But yeah, friends, I keep hearing this like repeated rumor, which is like Bloodborne is coming to PC. Bloodborne's coming to PC, and I don't think it's an unfair thing to look forward to. Okay, yeah, you're right. This is a fun moveset. That big old stab. Alright, so what's the... Ooh. So can we do something like the blood power charge up? Oh, I love those spins, though. Boat says, did you hear that Miyazaki's not the primary director of the new Armored Core? I did, but I think it's because From's getting to the point now where they're going to probably start developing a couple of titles in tandem. A Cult Game Dev says Bloodborne on PC is 2020's version of Duke Nukem Forever, coming next year. I think it is. Definitely inside the games industry. Okay, so we need to be Kanehurst to the blood powers, alright.
It's time for Animu bullshit.
Oh, it's absolutely time for Animu bullshit. Spin to win! Spin to win! Spin to win! Oh, sorry. Bear with me just a second, friends. The fact that you lot put up with me just being a gross, snotty mess while getting my ass handed to me by a bunch of fish, like... I don't understand it, but I'm very grateful you're all here. Well, Darkness Monster, I know it looks weird, but I have very loud sneezes, and some of you are using headphones, and I don't want to be responsible for being the arsehole. And Keldra, I didn't even realize I had a sneeze face until I started streaming. Because, like, when you're making YouTube videos and shit, you just edit all that out. You don't pay any heed. But on this, shit's happening live, and I have no control sometimes. Yes. Now, Duke, the rule is that your sneeze should be heard by neighbouring villages. You know, it should be loud enough that nearby children question what madness is this. Yep. Or as Kel just says, theirs can be heard from space. Spot on. I just can't believe how much these fucking fish are kicking my fucking ass. Just seeing if we've got any more gems for the Moonlit Ultra Greatsword. Sorry, I went off into space there. But yeah. There we go. That's what I was after. So let's have a look. Level-wise, I am 82. I heard recommendation that hitting the DLC when you hit 80 is kind of the sweet spot. The old distracty punch knuckle. Oh, okay. Oh. Well, I tell you what, friends, if we do have a sneeze contest, old Pepper Huffin. It definitely won't be on a medium where people can't immediately adjust the volume. Would be quite entertaining if the actual sneezes while recorded weren't played, but you got like the decibels. Oh yes, Darkness, that is the Moonlit Blade. Available in the DLC, and it is gorgeous. I haven't been using it as much because it's not as heavy as Ludwig's Blade, so it doesn't interrupt the bigger monsters quite like Ludwig's does, but it has this gorgeous sweeping arc, which is great for when you're surrounded. And it has two cool powers. Firstly, Hadouken! A range blade attack. And then secondly, Super Hadouken! An explodey shotgun energy attack. And the transformation between it is so gorgeous. The standard form is just a closer, like, heavy greatsword. But it looks, it's a relic, like it's wrapped, it's beaten up. It's not as nice, but then you transform it. And then look, it's suddenly all shiny and beautiful. But that was only added in the DLC. And one of the reasons why we're doing the DLC now, before we do like the proper end of Bloodborne, is because I wanted the chance to be able to use this sword more. And yeah, Time Warp, those two fish solo are fucking arseholes. But then again, you've been able to watch me failing at it, so... Oh. Alright. Okay, so Uberdan says, with the fishing village, the description you read about the accursed brew goes a long way to explaining the atrocity, but it's only part of it. Okay. I mean, the guy is cursing Bergenworth, and that skull was scraped clean of eyes. I guess for some kind of research or study. Like, if the fish... If they were, like, you know, eyes on the inside, fish side, Bergenworth would have done some brutal stuff to research it. So that would make a whole bunch of sense. But yeah. The thing is, I have such a love of Ludwig's sword, though. Like, it's hard to give it up. And for those of you who've only just found us today, the reason why I'm wearing the crown is because Ice King's a fucking twat. And I want to remind everybody that I beat him. That he is dead. We kicked his ass. This is very important to me. Okay, so friends, I'm going to take a quick break. This might take a second because I'm gonna go do a plague test because I need to know what the rest of my weekend's gonna look like so I don't worry myself ill. But we'll be back in a second. To Nev and Time Warp, like, if you don't mind shelling and illing for a little bit, like, I'd love your help to go fucking murder some fish wankers some more. Because now we have 4 fish people that need to die horrible deaths. Although, probably this time we'll take the shortcut, head up into that area, and just murder the shit out of them. Like, I can understand now the lure of the old blood, the rage that is instilled in the old hunters, because I want to fucking kill these fish people super hard. Like, much like Bergenworth, I'm going to wipe them off the fucking map. I'm not excusing what the scholars did, but I'm going to take great pleasure in reenacting it. No, I don't need a shark hug, Zeke. Time for extremely aggressive Sega bass fishing. I'm just lucky that whenever we come back to the Hunter's Dream, we're cleared of all the, like, muck and grime. Because after we got partially digested by a fish, rolling in that dank, stagnant water, I can only imagine what we stank like. I mean, at Time Warp, good luck. Well, I tell you what, so Time Warp, if you want to use, you're using the same thing. Like, Nev, if you don't mind helping Time Warp whilst I'm just doing a quick plague test, then you'll have time, friends. To the rest of you, go grab yourself a cup of tea, coffee, a time zone appropriate beverage of your fancy. If that be, you know, whiskey, beer, the blood of your enemies. I will be back with you in, say, like, you know, so like 4 or 5 minutes. But in the meantime, I don't know, enjoy this lovely, mournful little garden. To be continued. Hello, hello. I'm going to leave the BRB needs tea up because I got 12 minutes on my plague test. But this is a good excuse to have a banter. Oh, and Angel Kalina, you look after you, alright? So Darkness Monster, at the moment, I haven't made tea. But there's a Taizo orange blend that is kind of like my go-to, like, comfort. Because my usual blend of Yorkshire Gold has run out. And I haven't been able to acquire more yet. The amount of loose leaf tea we have is ridiculous. And Fiona is desperately trying to get me to downsize the amount of tea we have. Like, when Days came around at Christmas and wasn't drinking, I was like, oh, do you want a cup of tea? He's like, well, what do you have? And I might as well have had a scroll that I just unfurled of different tea blends. Yeah, sadly, Amos is not allowed Baja Blast. Yeah, I don't need a... But yeah, so I know we talked about it a lot last week, but for those of you that may have missed it or haven't been like doing a lot of Bloodborne, so we have the doll here, right? And as you all pointed out to me last week, so looking real cute, real homely. Strange, seems to be a touch taller than me. Huh, that's weird. Seems to be about the same height as Maria, and the same face and cadence. And German, you big weirdo. German made the doll in Maria's image, and that is fucked up. That is super fucked up. I'm curious as to where the what are they called, the lanterns come from in that one, but yeah, it was German's apprentice, but like, I don't know, there's so much creepiness in that concept. Like, it's haunting beyond. Oh, and you can get Maria's gear from Insight. Okay. I haven't been spending Insight because, one, we need it for summoning, and two, like, trying to keep Insight at max means we see more of the world. Sturdy Kiwi. I am saying that I need more tea. I just specifically need good old Yorkshire Gold. But we're going to wait until all the nonsense with the with Twitter is done for before we open up the PO box again. I think that's the smart play. Miyaki Sakura has Barry's Irish breakfast. Ooh. A midsummer peach and a mango black tea. Plus the classic Earl Grey. Lovely, lovely. Oh, hang on. Which looks like we've got an encore. Oh, this turn's finished. Away, away. How long have we got on the clock before I know? Alright, I got 8 minutes before we find out if I have the fucking plague or not. The plague again. Yeah. For those who don't know, so like Irish breakfast is a similar black leaf blend to English breakfast, but it's got more oomph. Oh. But yeah, so Angel Kalina, like, I don't disagree with what Get to the Boat is saying about taking the back panel off to help it dry. But again, so long as all that was spilt on it was water, and it was turned off while it was operating, you may be okay. It's unlikely that it soaked the laptop so much that it hit the internal batteries. So like your motherboard has like a little watch battery in it that keeps the BIOS powered and stuff like that. So it's unlikely it hit that. But it does mean that you'll need to leave it off and drying for a good few days. Because if you turn it on before it's dried, then it pops and you have a very bad time. Yeah, I mean, Lil Nev, we can only work by the systems we have, right? If the test says that I don't have the plague, then we got to operate on that. Then it's like, oh, I guess I'm just a sneezy bad word. But yeah, but if I do have the plague, then that sucks. Because it kicked my ass last time. On the plus side, though, if I have the plague, I'll be quarantined in here a lot, so you might lose me for a couple of days, but you'll probably end up getting more streams from me. Yeah, a sneezy bad word. I am still trying not to let my vocab stray into the level of swearing that I would usually do. I've been trying to keep my swears to a minimum since I started streaming professionally, because I'm worried about the level of cussing that would come from the heart. But as you've seen with the frustration of the Fishmans, there's a lot. Oh yeah, Angel Colina, I'm vaccinated and boosted. So, you know, fingers crossed, touch wood. If it does happen, it won't be bad. But yeah, like, as I said, it just changes what this weekend's going to be like. Because I'm obviously not going to invite friends around tomorrow and be like, hey, come hang out, I've got the plague! Probably not going to go out tonight if that's the case, you know what I mean? Not going to go licking door handles. No, Angel Cleaner, I remember you saying. And then, yeah, again, so, like, Nev and Peeps, like, thank you for waiting and bearing with me. It's also for my, like, peace of mind. I can't be fighting an army of fishmen where in the back of my head I'm like, what if I've got the plague? Like, it doesn't... That's not a good time. Though I will say, if funds are willing, I'm getting something fish themed tonight. Like, I don't know what, but we're getting fish after this. And shit, Nev, I haven't even seen the boss of this area yet. It's just a great big middle finger made out of different fish, isn't it? It's just a great big fishy middle finger. Also, we need to go back and talk to the guy in the basement, right? Mr. Do you hear the drip, drip, drip? Oh no, sorry, do you hear the bell? That was it. I don't know how much content we have left in the DLC, but, you know, I'm in no rush to finish it. One of the things that really struck me when I got through Bloodborne the first time is, like, I could have happily played another, like, 4 or 5 areas. Sorry, Eagle Lives is like, drip, 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 that's Encanto, mate.
For the Revenge Meal Fund.
A compliment, Cat, that is very kind of you, thank you. I'll eat a fish in your honor, or a piece of a fish. Ah, vengeance will be mine. Let's use this. Oh, actually, while we're waiting, so I was chatting with people on the Longship about Gundam painting stuff. For those of you who just found us, I fucking love Gundams. During lockdown, like, building and tweaking them was kind of my coping mechanism outside of copious amounts of booze and box wine. So I've been slowly getting into airbrush because Stooge was very kind enough to give me an airbrushing set and like a little hood so I can do it without gassing myself out. It's been going well. But the problem I've been finding is that I've only got a few of these little things, these little blocks for storing the crocodile clips on. And I was asking people online because I was like, look, these are expensive and they are too small and they're not working. So I was like, shit, like, what else can I use to store all my pieces on? And someone was like, yo, get you cardboard cat scratcher. Where is it? And I got this, and it's fucking massive, and it costs nothing.
Have some fish and chips on me.
Keldra, that's super fucking kind of you. Thank you. Fish and chips sounds pretty good. Oh, I haven't quite really decided where I'm at. Like, if I want like a big hearty thing tonight, or like if I want to like beast some fish. Oh, curried fish and chips. Oh, woof. Fish and chips and curry sauce. Woof. Woof. But yeah, I got this, and it's a cardboard cat scratching post with these like cutie patootie cats on the side, and I don't know if you can see it because of the reflection, the pattern is perfect for sticking in crocodile clips. So I'm going to be able to, once I've got the rest of my base coat, be able to finish up what I'm doing for the big... I'll see it. Hopefully this shows up on camera, but I've been working on like a marbling effect for this big guy, and it's going real well. Like, I did one test piece, and it's nice. Because I enjoy the Big O's design, but I hate its mustard yellow... sorry, if you haven't seen it, because I know the Longship have seen it a whole bunch. So this is the Gundam that I built, and I fucking love its concept, because it's so weird and different. But this, like... Oh, God. This, like, mayonnaise left out in the sun colour has got to go. It's got to go. Alright. I'll be back in just a second. We're going to go find out if I have the plague or not. We are grown-ups. Sorry, I came back from the bathroom singing, I don't have the plague. I don't have the plague. Clap, clap. I don't have the plague. And then got a great big high five from caffeine. Alright. Oh, so worries are put aside. So yeah, I guess I'm just sneezy? Like, alright. I mean, could be. Like, I don't feel run down, so maybe. It is possible to develop allergies as you grow. It's also possible to grow out of them, which is wild. So yeah. Ooh. So that's wonderful. And Noski, I did. But in fairness, I did go to your Twitter and I was like, hey! But yeah, Snowski, how are you doing? Happy weekend. Sorry, I've been sneezing all day, and I was really worried I had the start of the bad plague. Thankfully, I don't. And we're killing some fish. So, welcome back to Bloodborne. I beat Maria, and I managed to beat Maria in less than 100 tries. Eagle Liv says, you are the bad plague. Yeah, but you're not supposed to tell people. The gingers live in secret. The bad plague, as opposed to the good plague. Yeah, the good plague. You know, like when you get a song stuck in your head. Depends on the song. Oh. Alright. So, if you would like to join in Operation Fish Massacre, the password is fish shit, all lowercase. Fish shit, because they are fish shits. Hindle said, do you want me to remind you how many times it took me to beat her? In fairness, I had a lot of you giving, I had a lot of people here giving me hints, and especially after Sekiro, remembering that backing away is the path to death and backing forward. Yeah, get to the boat. Brass. I try not to reference that, because if you haven't seen Brass Eye, it just makes you seem like you're being an incredibly insensitive individual. Sorry, if you haven't heard of it, Brass Eye was a satirical news comedy show in the UK that went maximum tier trolling. The best example of the power of Brass Eye was that they made up a fake drug called cake, and then they paid a bunch of celebrities to make anti-cake adverts, and this worked so well that it was brought up in the Houses of Parliament and banned. And the thing was, it was called cake because apparently the pills were this big. Oh, what Noski? Congratulations, friend. It's always good hitting milestones. Oh. The other one... you know what, friends? I'm not going to spoil it for you. Brass Eye still hits like a brick and is still incredibly funny. So if you get the chance to watch it, or if it's, if it's available on any of your streaming services, obviously don't pirate television shows. We would never condone such a thing. It is absolutely worth your time. I don't say that because, sorry I told half of you this yesterday, but Fiona had never seen Black Books, so I started watching it yesterday. Was it yesterday, the day before? Day before. Time travel's weird. And I basically spent the entire show explaining the family tree genealogy of British comedians, because it's so weird, explaining how Big Train was a lot of comedians' entry into the space, and without this, Big Train was fucking weird, but without it we wouldn't have gotten people like Simon Pegg and Nick Frost, or what's his name? He was the voice of Darth Maul. Oh, Peter Serafinowicz. There's a whole swath of individuals. Hindle, the password is fish shit. All one word, all lowercase. Fish shit. Because these fish are shits. God. Oh shit, yeah, Blue Jam. Because then we had all the different spheres that came after that. So after Big Train, there was things like Drop the Dead Donkey, Green Wing, Black Books, a bunch of those. Brass Eye, I believe, predates Big Train, but had a lot of the similar people in it. Oh, the time warp. No, I didn't use the bell. Once again, I keep falling at the first hurdle of asking for help, which is pushing the button. But as we were saying yesterday, it's like in the US they have Saturday Night Live, which is kind of like the hotbed of growing new comedic talent in the US, but also been a rolling tenure of exceptional comedians. But the UK's never really had the same thing. I mean, against point, without space, there'd be so much we wouldn't have. Hey, Comp's here. Welcome, Good Hunter. Woohoo! And remember, friends, if you're coming on in, stick together, because I want to murder these fucking fish people, and if I don't get the kill, I want everyone to see. And Doc Hindel! Alright, so we got a whole new squad. Alright. Let's kill some fish people. So remember, stay together. Stay together, murder well. Little Nev found a different bell? How did you find a different bell with fish shit? Wait, unless it's one of the Longshipians. Alright. Where the fuck are you? I hear you ringing! I hear you ringing! Get a fork! Actually, here's a question, friends. Is the bell-ringing woman ever explained? Oh, their involvement in the universe. Ow! 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 Good hit! Com just blew that poor bastard up. Fucking fish magic. Worst kind of magic. Killing the bell-ringing woman just makes you a bell end. Very droll, friend. What was I saying? Oh yeah, and so Little Nev, I think with something like Saturday Night Live, it's a very hard thing to keep funny and stay funny. Like, I respect the amount of hard work that goes into it. Like, there haven't been too many bangers recently, but when it's good, it's brilliant. But yeah, I meant more that, like, in the UK we don't have, like, an SNL equivalent. So we don't have the same kind of, like, easy-to-track generations of comedians. And especially with a lot of people like Bill Bailey, where their stuff routinely gets pulled off of online services, YouTube and things like that. I cannot find the BBC rave skit online to save my life. And it's a whole skit about how, like, every news site has a light and fluffy theme. You know, puppies lick your face. And the BBC News sounds like a post-apocalyptic rave, and it's so well done. I think about it constantly, and I cannot share it with anybody. Get to the boat. That is a very gangly link. That is an extremely gangly link. Yeah, it is. It's from the Bill Bailey Part Troll tour. Alright, exterminate these fish people with reckless abandon! No! Why are they twats? Three hunters. That absolute gargantuan fish twat just killed 3 hunters. Oh, I'm gonna do so many murders. I'm gonna get a fucking t-shirt that says Bergenworth did nothing wrong. Fish people had it coming. Oh. Alright. Just get that beckoning bell going again. Although what is also fucking hilarious is a lot of people in the US, a lot of their experience of British telly starts from the Great British Bake Off. And having to explain to people, like, you know, what's his face from the Mighty Boosh and his whole arc is fucking wild. Where, not David Walliams. I hate that I always remember him as George Dawes from Shooting Stars. I'm trying to explain that, no, the chipper guy with glasses in the Bake Off has a wild history. Noel, so Noel Fielding from Boosh, and then I hate it. All I can remember is he's a baby. He's a baby. What is his bloody name? Matt Lucas, thank you. And bus driver Kurtip, if the fish people are like this because of Bergenworth, then we're just going to kill Bergenworth extra hard. Extra hard. Little Nev, welcome back. We've still got one more slot in this hunting party. You just missed the feckin' fishman wiped 3 hunters off the map like it was nothing. A darkness monster. I won't stop you from doing that. And it would be very un-Longshipian to not clip my failures. So also notice this body. Oh, this one hanging upside down. Ah! I saw a discussion about this online that this method of hanging people is... Yay! Amos is back! So, that this method of the hanging body is a punishment that would become the hunter's mark. And I do find that fascinating because I think for a lot of people, when we first saw the Hunter's Mark, we kind of just assumed it was an artistic reference to Berserk. Oh shit, they did take the head. Which we have. It's fucking wild. Wait. Rally, or shake off cape. Always can use shake off cape. Oh, I guess I haven't unlocked the hunter's salute. Check it out! I can move Hindel's cape. I fucking love it. That's so cool. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, I guess I have to be close enough to make it happen, but still. I love this game. Oh, okay, let's kill some fishmans. Everyone got stuck on the ladder! But yeah, and she's gone! Alright, so, we're gonna drop in on this big bad word here. Fuck, I missed. No, 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 no! so many fucking fish. C222 with, yeah, the cape faffing lasted longer. I know! Yeah, no, so Time Warp, I was fighting that one, honestly, out of spite. That wasn't a smart play, that was a vengeful play. Don't ask. I'm just making myself feel better. If I have more insight than if I finish with more insight than I started, I feel better. Okay. Once more. To the Bloodborne. Now with Vor. Time Warp, if you're doing good solo, you have nothing to apologize for, because I'm failing with help. Although I don't feel bad, because one, a lot of people have said that this is like, these are some of the toughest mobs, and two, I beat Maria, and I did it by myself, so, you know, I feel that was a more important fight to win, because these fishy wankers are just bullshit and chips. All right, Swagbone, welcome back. Good to see you. You're entirely welcome. I understand I got myself very killed there. And yeah, I believe it was Compliment Cap using the boom hammer on the fish. It was something fierce. Speaking of which, hello there. Hello there. Hello. Alright, so 3 idiot hunters versus the fishman. Let's go! Bully an old lady to make myself feel better. But yeah, we don't know the lore reasons behind the old lady, do we? And yeah, Comp, just blow its fucking face off, please. Like in that movie, Face Off. Yeah, get fucked! Good work, team. Good work. Feels good. Feels good. Right. Oh yeah, we're going to handle this bucket first, though. Fucking hell. Welcome to the Fishpocalypse! Alright, well, we'll clean out the building. Do a bit of spring cleaning, it'll be right good. Fish flavour. Oh, right up in there! Freshly gutted. I was saying, props to this person who's just looking out the window, ready to do their job. As I throw him out the first story window. Feels good. Feels good. Okay. Screams in fish. Serpentine, serpentine, serpentine! Honestly, the fish dogs might be the worst thing in this area, though. Like, I'm already against the whole fishification into its style. Ow! The intimate style fishification. Woo! Com's getting spicy. But like, turning your dog into a big fish, that's just mean. It's just bad. Alright. So Confound is the wizard. Holy fucking hell. There we go, there we go, there we go! Right up your bollocks! Not so nice, is it? Be sure to neuter and castrate your fish. Neuter and spay your fish. Oh! Pre-cooked! Yes! Get fucked! Ah! Vengeance! Wait, no. There we go. Vengeance! It's a proper good fish fry-up right there. Love to see it. Oh, the wisdom of the great ones. Thank you. Alright. Onward! Alright, so... Big bitey came from there. There's nowhere to go. Alright, so... Let's go check out the creepiest little house, I guess. Oh, and it's a lantern. Love to see it. Love to see it. Yes, doesn't open from this side. That lucky. Alright. So what's over here? Well, that's more places to get in trouble. What's over here? More places to get in trouble. Oh, check the entrance. A friend is waiting for you.
I've made a bunch of things.
Oh, what did you do?
Oh, I can hear the bell now. The beast-eyed assassin. He's after me. Again. And again. It never ends. I need you to do something.
Uh-oh.
This village is the true secret. Testament to the old sins. It feeds this hunter's nightmare. Please, bring to an end the horror. So our forefathers sin. We hunters cannot bear their weight forever. It isn't fair. It just isn't fair.
Oh. Oh shit. So the underground cell to the inner chamber. His weapon. Yeah. An honourable bow to you, Hunter. An honourable bow to you. And I think the weapon is the one that Hindle was wielding earlier. Where is it? Simon's bowblade. Choice of weapon of Simon, one of the first healing church hunters. Simon despised firearms, and so the church workshop had this specifically fashioned to his liking. The large curved blade serves as a bow when transformed. But aside from a few close friends, Simon was scoffed at for his choice of arms. For who would dare face beasts with a beastly bow? Someone who's metal as fuck. That is kind of cool. That looks feckin' rare. Sorry we walked past you, mate. Okay. Yeah, can you hear the bell? The man behind the door asked. Now, should we go back to him, or should we press forward a little bit? Like, is there a point where we can no longer return? Because, obviously, I'm down to kill more fishmen. Obviously, I'm down to kill more fishmen. But... it doesn't open from this side, of course. Oh, and some more goodies. A little bit of cold blood. Which I like to assume is the cold brew of the healing church. So, not at a point of no return. Comp says press forward a little, then we can decide. Okay, we'll press forward a little bit, because I want to revel in fish murder for just a smidgen longer. You know, Swagbone here looking like the world's most charming Cenobite. Compliment Cap, the shirtless assassin. And, oh no! Treat the dead with care. So here's one of the flowers from the area overlooking, I guess, whatever that is? Sky and the cosmic sun. God. It's just like a British beach during the summer. Okay. Okay, so Time Warp is also seconding, like, push forward a little. Just when I'm about, like, a minute or two away from the point of no return, do tell me. And feel free to, like, @ Viking Blonde in chat, because it highlights it. Oh. I hear the bell. I hear the fucking bell. It's inside here? Where are you? Where is it echoing from? Beneath us? Oh shit. A beast hunter. Alright. Oh shit! You guys just wrecked his fucking day! The bloodied armbands are ours. Good fucking work. Swagbone's dual-wielding pistols. Yeah, probably should have picked you up some bullets in the store, shouldn't we? Uberdan says that it's for the best. All bets are off with that dude. Is he... He's a bad one, I take it. Rat up your bum! Yeah, especially considering how rickety that bridge was and stuff. Oh, hang on a second. I'm very sorry. Oh, I'm so attractive. Oh, love me. Love me.
So pretty.
I'm so pretty. Oh. Time Warp says we've got to read that. Alright, well. We've got to read the description on the wraps that we just got. Okay, bloodied wraps. Graveyard man. Oh, here we go. Bloodied armbands. Brandor donned a compatriot's beastly scalp and hide while still moist with blood. Most of the blood stains on this hide were from that day. Ho! Ho! Alright, well there's goodies down there. Feels like the way to go. I mean, I think that takes us further away. So yeah, let's explore this little village. There's murders to be had. We're still in the hunter's dream, so it's like geometry is a bit of an impossibility. And whilst we've got everybody's help, we might as well just revel in fish murder. There's a lot down there. But... Oh, nearly fell in. Ah, oh, piss! I fell in. No! Still alive, still alive! Oh, fucking hell! Yeah, I'm gonna get those blood vials, I need them. blood vials. They're delicious, they're healing, and they have no downsides! Oh, fish dog's not. I think there might be one or two fishmans here. Jesus. Another reminder that everything in Bloodborne happens so much. Okay. Are we the baddies? Fish skulls and our fish hats. Yeah, and Sturdy Kiwi's right. There are no side effects from the healing blood. It is only good and useful. Oi, come back here! Dick move, bomb guy. Dick move. We're a little bit the baddies. I mean, nobody's good in Bloodborne. Except for Maria, now I know. But I guess that's the other part of Bloodborne, is there are also very few truly evil people. Like, there are those that become, you know, corrupted by, you know, ideals, but no one... There isn't, I guess aside from Canehurst, there aren't any mustache-twiddling villains. You know... The purebloods of Canehurst are... Hang on, what did the little top hattian say? Beware of blood adult hunter. Okay. That's why the squad's staying so close to me, is we're about to have a fight. Treasure with great care. It's the scourge of man-beasts. Alright. Nice and careful. Nice and careful. There it is. Test your might. Do 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 do. What time? I wouldn't say that it's self-defeating morality, but you know, there's a turning point in a larger portion of characters in the Dark Souls universe where they know that they are doing evil. And that's what eventually grabs him. Alright. Rematch! Get tentacled! Alright, the Beast Hide Guard. Oh, that sounded weird. I'm going to quickly read the description for the Beast Hide Guard before we continue. Because it seems like whatever was going down here was nasty. And this guy must have been a big part of that. Alright, Beast Hide Garb. A bloody hide of a horrible cleric beast, pulled over the back. Without the attached beast hides, this foreign garb wouldn't raise anyone's eyebrow. Brandor donned a compatriot's beastly scalp and hide when moist with blood. So one of his friends went feral, and he fucking skinned them, and now wears their corpse. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. Good, cool. Good and cool and good. Oh, come. I think it's fine for us to wreck his day. We've done our fair share of decent fights. Now we know it's not. We know it's not Gurman, because it says like Brandor. Randall the swagnificant. But yeah. Oh no, sorry, and to the Time Warp, I feel like with Dark Souls, people make active choices a lot of the time, but so like in Dark Souls 1, you know, the king burning his knights alive to try and keep his power going beyond his time because he didn't feel any of his children would be able to inherit the throne and keep everybody safe. Like, he makes a conscious choice to do evil. Oh wow, check out all these wrecked ships. So yeah, the king makes a conscious choice to do evil. And like, the Holy Healing Church shouldn't have been founded. They shouldn't have given everybody the blood. But they didn't do it to rule. You know, the blood ministration was to help people. Like, yes, their goal was ascension, but they also used their power to help the populace. And that's what resulted in the need for the hunts. You know, beyond this. You know, Bergenworth's obsession with insight, with seeing the truth of the universe, is fascinating into itself. And again, they did horrible... I mean, it's becoming apparent they did horrible things here. But overall... yeah. It's kind of fascinating. And I think it comes from the fact that, like, the core... I'm just trying not to accidentally get us into trouble. Oh, that works. No lightning for you. Lightning is not allowed. But yeah. I mean, the only time I'd say that there's, like, genuine malice in a lot of any group's actions is the Canehurst nobles, because they just wanted to... What's the quote from... what's the quote from What We Do in the Shadows? I became a vampire to drink blood, fuck forever. Like, that's the Canehurst motto. Oh yeah, and Shauna is like, yeah, fucking Murgo's wet nurse does... I mean, it's a brutal fight, but both, like, thematically and mechanically, it feels like you're the baddie. You're the fucking bully. Alright, let's deal with Lightning Guy, and then we'll deal with that bundle of bad words. Fuck. Taking that with me. Next contestant, please! So Chaunerus, I guess the choice is up to you. Like, this Bloodborne run hasn't quite been the same multiplayer extravaganza as some of our previous... You know what, that was ballsy of me and I shouldn't have done that. That was a stupid thing I did there. Nearly cost us the fucking run. But yeah, so Chaunerus, it's really up to you. I mean, I know we're doing things out of order, but I really wanted to do the DLC and... Sorry. Forgot to mute the mic there. I really wanted to do the DLC and possibly experiment with, like, DLC weapons and things like that. Oh, so we open the shortcut here. And then we can continue. Alright, so there's the shortcut. Oh yeah, and again, friends, you'll let me know before we're at the point of no return, because I do want to go back and talk to the person about the ringing of the bell. And Chaunerus, that's entirely fine. I mean, you know my feelings on PS Plus at the moment. I think... That's a trap. That's a fucking trap and a half, isn't it? Alright, fuck it. Oh, I remember when you lot fell from the sky that one time. And once again, I don't feel good about murdering these people. Oh, compliment cap, no! Also, didn't we encounter one of these people falling from the sky? Hey, that could have got a lot worse. Actually, so, excuse me, Miyaki Sakura, the nightmares are semi-connected. We talked about this when we went through the Nightmare Frontier, because you can see the ships from this area in the Nightmare Frontier. That all of these nightmare realms are semi-stacked. Oh, beware of the slimy thing. Just throw my light. Yeah, the nightmares are absolutely stacked on top of each other. Moreover, I want to know what this area is. Like, it has the cadence of like a fishing area with all these little squiggly monsters, all these little squiggly squigs, but they don't seem to be eating or harvesting. This feels more like a nursery or a grow bed. Oh, and Time Warp, yeah. I don't know if it was yourself who said, but yeah, we absolutely... No! Oh. Fucking hell. Swagborn nearly got eaten there. We were nearly sans swag. A dreadful time that would have been. So we've got all these little like goblin monsters. Oh, and to the ghostiest hat rack, Watto, and welcome. Yeah, we're continuing our Bloodborne University. Oh, fuck me running! Yeah, I don't like them without their shells on. That's actually worse. That's actually worse. Remember the false god, and there's nothing but slimy here. Alright. Wondrous secret. Bloodstone awaits ahead. Oh, lovely. Wait, why does that make me nervous? Hey. Okay, I was about to say, anytime your companion can't follow you through a door frame, I immediately get nervy. Oh, Keldra, I don't even want to imagine the fucking smell of this place. Oh, there's the bell. Alright, there he is. Fucko the Impaler. Oh no, 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 no! Oh, that got fucking spicy. The bloody trousers. Agonaki is, oh, must be time for dinner. Oh. Still want seafood later. Alright, so that was the bloody trousers. Alright, what was it? So, beast garb, bloodied trousers. Bloodied foreign trousers. Okay, no additional elements there. Despicable entity. Fucking hell. Oh, there's a place to fall down and die. Alright, I guess we explore the other way first, right? I mean, my question is kind of like, what happened to these snail people, you know? Alright. So, okay, so this is a dead end with goodies. Okay. I'm looking around to see if there's anything else to be gained. Okay, so that thing on the beach is a big squiggly thing? Okay. We're about to get to what happened to them. Okay. Dynamic entry! Ah, oh look, it's the Earth's butthole. It's a switch we can't pull. Alright. Oh, I guess we could pull it. Alright, what does this lead us to? Oh, okay. So this leads us back to Matey Boy's death room. Okay. It's a secret. I wonder if we should spend what we have before we continue. But that does mean we lose the cooperation of Swagborn. Oh, Naru Hoodie. I'm not king. I'm Ice King. Alright, well, friends, bear with me just a second. Actually, you know what? So, Swagborn, I'm going to head back, because I desperately have to pee. That's what I get from fucking hydrating like a sensible person. We also have the key that needs using. Okay, yeah. Let's use that key now. But no, seriously, like, thank you for helping there. Like, all of you. I did not want to face this fucking fishman, you know? It's not a cult! Bacon, we have new people here. It's not a cult. Of course, the irony, Little Nev, is when I try and go through that again solo, I'm going to realise how fucking brutal those fucking fish people are. Okay, I gotta pee. I'll be back in a second, and then we'll go from there. We'll go back to the area earlier and open the door of the ringing bell and see what that gets that. So yeah. So yeah, I hold that thought. I'll be back in just a second.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Sorry about that, friends. Ooh. Now, where were we? Wonderful. Let's get swole. I am actually... No, I was going to say, I am actually going to put some points into Arcane, because one, it beefcakes up the sword, and it lets us use new cool magical shit, which I love. And I just need to huff a few more blood echoes. And then drops bloody good un. An unspeakable amount of blood echoes. Love to see it.
Welcome home. What is it you desire?
And yeah, I'd completely forgotten about the sobbing, which I don't know if we've had explained to us. Like, it's all the little ghostly ghosts, right? But it is something that you only hear once you reach a certain level of insight.
Very well. Let me... Farewell, good hunter.
But yeah, Jonas, congratulations on rolling credits on another run of Bloodborne. I'll just do that. I don't think we got the... No, we still don't have the Blood Rock. Okie dokie. Love it. Love it. Love to see it. Might just snap by us a little bit more blood. Though I am quite tempted to bust out some fanciful buying for some Canehurst goodies, you know? That Canehurst garb. Maybe not the main part, but the rest is ultra fancy. Okay, no. Well, I'll be sensible. Spend it on some good blood. Okay, so now we need to head back to the right after we defeated Ludwig, right? And Nara, you are correct. It's not a cult. It's not a cult. And that was the underground corpse pile, if I remember correctly. Yeah, because the research hall is further up. Yeah. Trona says final level 90, final time 33 hours, 5 minutes. Not too shabby. I haven't had the heart to look at any Bloodborne speedruns because because I know that with Bloodborne it's going to be more about like impressive skill and timing rather than glitches in the ilk. Also, here was a thing that from like the Vata Vijaya stuff and things like that. Sorry, I just saw some gold. So, if we hadn't had the chat with him, with Ludwig, either we had to kill him to get the Moonlit Ultra Greatsword, or if we didn't kill him, the other guy comes along. But because we soothed him, he's just in a nice, peaceful slumber. I mean, yes, he's decapitated, which I can't imagine is a great way to be, but he's getting a fucking nap in. Although, what does sleep inside a nightmare pertain to? That's confusing, and I'm not going to think about it. But yeah, like...
Steady stride. Cold of blood, but always clear of mind. Proud hunter of the church. Beasts are a curse, and curse is a shadow. Only the truth.
Ah, fuck sticks. Alright. Don't earn my keep. Oh, I missed him. go! That was Baron's testimony I just picked up. Brandon's testimony. Oh wow, he just fucking straight up killed those guys. Alright. Job's a good one. Let's have a quick look and see what that pertained to. Okay. The scalp of a horrible cleric beast, indicating that Hunter Brandor, a Healing Church assassin, had killed a compatriot. Afterward, he wore his ally's own scalp and hid himself away deep below in a cell. The church provided him with a single soundless bell of death to ensure their secrets would be kept. Fucking hell. I mean, Lizzie, I'm always proud of you, but Lizzie was saying that they've recommended a Seattle staple with the description of needing to experience double fisting a pair of dicks on stream. Ah! I mean, have you really been to Seattle if you've not thumbed dicks into your gob at the park, you know? Okay. So this is him in his entirety.
Look who's here. Welcome to my quarters. I've never entertained a guest before. Are you going to kill me? After all you've done, kill me. As if to right your wrongs. What is it? Aren't you going to kill, or perhaps beg my forgiveness? Well, leave off.
Time Warp saying just kill him. Is that what we're doing? Are we doing a murder?
What is it? Oh, well.
It's a very good maniacal laugh. I'm not saying I don't trust Time Warp. It's just I'm looking for more clarification. Naru said they visited Seattle but never once saw any dicks. I'm so sorry. You just need to get you a friend who'll go out of their way to make sure that you get dicks inside you. We're gonna deal. It was like, I can't remember the last time I was in Seattle and I didn't see dicks.
Changes. Such is the nature of man.
Fuck off. Bus drivers, I've never been to Seattle, I've never seen a dicks, and I've never committed arson, no, not once. The blood letter. Whoa. That feels like something we could use. Alright, so we don't have the blood tinge for Simon's bowblade. Wait, what? Oh, man. Okay, so the blood letter. The demented hunter weapon brandished by Brandor. Brandished by Brandor! The Healing Church assassin. The blood letter assumes its true and terrifying form after it draws upon the blood from the inner reaches of one's body and soul. This is the only effective means of expelling tainted blood, or so Brandor, isolated in his cell, continued to believe. Oh shit! Yeah, sadly I don't have the blood tinge to use it, but... Branded by bloody Brandor. Chora says, by killing him here, you stopped another invasion. Oh, that's good. Fuck that guy. I mean, he killed and skinned his friend, and then wore their remains as his fucking hat. Like, that's not okay! Little Nev says, same. See, I was full of dicks. Dicks for days. Just driving around. What do you see? More dicks. Like, I'm glad we saved, or at least we gave Ludwig some peace, because he made this cool sword that I love. No! Fred's like, you're just jealous. Someone beat me to the skinned my friend and wore him as a hat achievement. No. And Time Warp says the Kilo cells is in the research hall. It's nothing important. Okay. I mean, I don't know if it gives us some additional. And Nev got 2 moonlit swords from Ludwig. Yo, if you could dual wield a la Dark Souls, that would be fucking hilarious. And Wheeler Dealer, like, I mean, we were talking about this earlier in the day. I keep hearing from industry friendos that they're going to do a PC re-release of Bloodborne. I keep hearing this. And from, like, sources I genuinely trust, and then nothing happens. And I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Like, and if there is anything happening, either it's happening as slow as molasses, or it's the best kept secret, or just a feckin' troll. I'm also Little Nev, like, yeah, we have a lot of games industry rumors that pop around, but as I said, I was hearing this from industry professionals, not from, like, you know, NeoGAF's Joe Matey, my uncle from Nintendo. Like, obviously I can't name names, but, you know, the friend EA is sacred, but, you know, these weren't untrusted nobodies. And Time Warp, I think it's entirely okay to be continuously mad at Nintendo for not porting over Metroid Prime, because those games absolutely slap. Yes, thou shalt not violate the friend EA. Oh, to those of you who are new here, so friend EA is a little shorthand term for, you know, when games industry friends tell you stuff, and with the strictest of don't tell anybody. And the irony being that a friend EA is far more sacred than an NDA, because NDAs are notoriously difficult to enforce, but friend EAs are known. You know, you won't suffer legal repercussions from breaking friend EA, but the industry will know. And yeah, Little Nev, I really do hope they put Bloodborne on PC. I think that if Sony is serious about expanding their operations beyond just single console thinking and moving into more of a platform mentality, similar to, you know, Xbox and Game Pass and things like that, that a Bloodborne PC release would be a strong foot forward. I mean, this game's still fucking doing well. Like, yeah, and Ultrazini, you know what? That is fair. Like, the GameCube was a good piece of hardware, but it was another one that I, by my understanding, was notoriously difficult to develop for. So, kind of like the reason why we don't get a lot of ports of Saturn games, because that whole console was a fucking mess. But what's fascinating is that apparently, like, Metroid Dread has been the best-selling Metroid game so far, and that strikes me as wild. Segata Sanshiro. Sorry, Number says the Saturn had the best marketing campaign, and you know what? Got to agree. Although sadly, Sega Saturn Shiro perished to protect the Dreamcast. So. And if you haven't seen the Segata Shiro, Segata Sun, tripping over my words now. Now, see, because I read it and now I'm overthinking it. But basically, he was a judo master who ran around Japan judo throwing people and screaming Sega at them and showing them the brilliance of the Sega Saturn. He trained in the mountains with a giant Sega Saturn on his back. Time Warp, sadly, the Dreamcast did die, even despite having the support of one Frederick Durst at the launch event. Because while he might have done it all for the Nookie, he also did it for the Dreamcast. Okay, you know what? I understand that the industry is growing, and it's for the better. But there's a part of me that just loves awkward celebrities at games console launches. There's one of, like, Hannah Montana and Tony Hawk's, I think at the Xbox launch party or something. I'd have to look it up. Tony looks like he is so done with it and is ready to go home. And the young lass next to him looks dazed, confused, and slightly frightened. Good times. But I do miss those times. Yeah, he had Segata Sanshiro had a hit single in Japan, which was his own theme song. It's fucking wild. But yeah, the history of the Saturn is fucking fascinating. It's basically Sega of Japan and Sega of America were in a fucking internal ground war between the Saturn and the 32X. Shit was wild. There's loads of great documentaries online if you want to like look up what happened internally with Sega at that point. But it was absolutely fascinating. And then, whilst the whole Sega Nintendo war was kind of coming to a close, Sony showed up and just blew everybody out of the water. Like, okay, yes, Sega Sanshiro was a great character and a brilliant marketing campaign, but it was Japan only. And in the rest of the world, Sony leveraged cool in a way that was genuine and interesting and a counter to the let's do the same but louder marketing campaigns that the US and Europe saw for like the Saturn and the N64 and shit like that. It's fucking yo. The history of how Sony managed to dominate and managed to dominate a space that they immediately entered into seems so unfathomable now. You know? Yeah, and again, Occult Game Dev, I completely understand. There's a part of me that feels like we still haven't gotten away from wanting to be in with the cool kids. Seeing Al Pacino at the Game Awards was really fucking strange. And maybe he volunteered. Maybe he really wanted to do that. But it really felt like, you know, the Game Awards team paid Al Pacino to be there, and he was just kind of... He was super over it. You know what I mean? I think there's still... And I'm saying, like, so to Occult Game Dev, I'm kind of saying, like, industry-wise, like, the generation above us is still... feels like they are the downtrodden underchild of cinema. And it's a shadow we're really struggling to get out from under, even though video games are now wildly successful. Now, here's the thing that is throwing my whole fucking video games win, TV and films drool personal philosophy, is that The Last of Us TV show is fucking incredible and is genuinely improving on the weaker aspects of the story of The Last of Us. And I'm genuinely looking forward to seeing what happens when they start tackling The Last of Us Part 2, the second game. Because as you all know, I think it is a brilliant and exceptionally made game, but what it is and what it says artistically, I fucking hate. And I still have beef with it. It's that weird thing of, I don't want it gone, but I don't like it. I really don't like it. Like, personally don't like it. Ah. Yeah, I really liked that, you know, directors telling actors not to play the game, but they did it anyway. Like, anyway, we're getting into a really interesting point in media, and I love it. And who was saying? Oh, Agananiki was saying it might be lingering trauma from the old nerds versus jocks mentality. Yeah, I mean, before video games became the gigantic, ubiquitous medium that they became, like, I know we all know this, but just for the framing of the conversation, like, there was a time when being into video games was a niche hobby thing, especially beyond being a young teen to preteen, you know what I mean? We're now in a culture, starting to see, I don't want to put it into past tense. Right now, we're in a culture where video games are just a part of everything. You know, being into video games is just like being into watching things on a screen. It's not a big diddly-o. But you can still be a specialist, you can still be hyper-focused, like, you know, a lot of us are. But the act of playing games now is no longer a tiny niche element. So yeah. Oh, hey, bus driver, it's entirely fine. My brain is dropping out of my ears, so I might be bringing our adventures to a close in just a second, but I love talking about this. All I was going to say was, like, when I entered the industry, there was still this kind of... A lot of people in games had a big culture worship of cinema, which is entirely fine. But there was this... I still remember the amount of times it'd be like, this game is so impressive, it's almost as good as a movie. As if, like, cinema was the thing that we needed to emulate. And in actuality, what we've seen is that games are a medium wholly on their own. God. In some regards, Naughty Dog's obsession with cinematic style gameplay being translated into actual TV and it doing well speaks for kind of volumes. Though the same could not be said for Uncharted. Oh boy, that film blows. Hey, okay, it's expensive and boring and absolutely could have been any film. And I still find very curious. Also, I mean, poor Tom Holland. Tom Holland's making bank, he's fine. But it's the case of, like, is Tom Holland a great performer? Yes. Was he the right person to cast for that role? Absolutely the fuck not. Although I will say, old Mark Wahlberg, he did an excellent job, and I think he nailed that lovable shit, like, extremely well. I do agree with the cult game dev. I think Mass Effect would make a great miniseries. But I think that's because Mass Effect as a world is so incredibly rich that you could set a story in that space. I mean, shit, we've talked about this. Like, Money No Question. I would love to do a miniseries in Bloodborne. But in Bloodborne, basically before the fall. The idea being that... No, it's closed. The idea being that it would be set as the blood plague is starting to spread and as the healing church is losing control. Like, the actual world of Bloodborne in that space, you know, the struggle between, you know, the church, the chorus, the hunters, the back and forth. You could do an incredibly well-grounded story. I love the idea of showing the juxtaposition of Gaston as a dad, as a father, as a genuinely loving person, and Gaston struggling against the beast curse as one of the most prominent hunters. Like, fuck me, that's great. And especially if you do that before things really pop off. Now, I haven't played enough of Elden Ring to comment, but that does not surprise me. Numbers, I don't know why they had to fuck up the Halo TV show. Like, somebody needs to formally apologize for that one. Because, again, if you've read any of the Halo novels, any of the additional media, I mean, shit, if you played ODST, you know that outside of the Spartans, there are so many incredible and personal stories to tell in that universe. Even though it's a cheesy, giant sci-fi aliens versus space marine setup. I mean, Bus Driver, Master Chief fucks. There's a sex scene with Master Chief in it.
So wrong.
Right? Someone signed off on that.
They didn't even read the source material.
Right. Yep. And Bus Driver, that's just one small... Lizzie's like, why? That's just one small snippet. Because, I mean, we've talked about this a bunch of times. Oh, Meowkitty Sakura says hi, Caffeine.
Hello.
When you have a character like Master Chief, he is an entity. He's a force of nature. You know, whenever the player is involved, unless it's something that's incredibly character-driven, you need to consider the player as being the agent of change. You don't make a story where Master Chief is the main character. You make a story where Master Chief fucking shows up and saves the day, which they did. Well, I think it was a fucking mini-series that was on YouTube for a while.
Fan series.
Was it a fan series? It was a story about a bunch of cadets training in the UNSC, and they get fucking jumped during training by a Covenant ship, or the planet does. And so it's these kids who've been kind of scrapping with each other and having that kind of rivalry, and suddenly they have to like deal with a very real fight, and they are young and they are afraid, and it shows the actual frightening fucking concept of facing down the Covenant. Master Chief shows up towards the end of the battle. He starts kicking ass. The theme plays. The da-da-da-da.
Forward unto dawn.
Forward unto dawn. Thank you.
And bothering me too.
Yeah. So the perspective is something that we can ground ourselves to. Regular people put in a situation far beyond their control, far beyond their ability. And then we see the impact of just one Spartan. Like, holy fuck, that's great. We don't need to see Master Chief fucking! Ugh. Fuck! Sorry, it's me. Yeah. Now, see, Kakazi, ODST is set up perfectly for an HBO miniseries. Like, you have the silent protagonist, and you have the superintendent. So one character who doesn't speak, kind of like nodding and gesturing.
Master Chief is basically a more taciturn Captain America.
Essentially. Although, the thing that offsets good old Cap is his sense of justice that borders on the naive. Master Chief will fucking kill shit if it's the right thing to do. But, where was I? Oh, yes! So you have your silent protagonist and you have the superintendent. So you can frame every episode as the character discovering things around New Mumbai, and then each episode is one little story from that space. Like, it fucking perfect! Like, just fucking Now, Number says they want to see the Flood in live action. Abso-fucking-lutely. I mean, I'll probably have to take a fucking shower like 3 times afterwards to scrub my skin. But no, that would be spot on. Anyway, sorry. I know I get very, very super passionate about these adaptations. And it doesn't come from the fact that I think I could make a better TV show. It comes from what I love about video games and how we could potentially experience these stories from a different perspective. Like, here's the thing. A show about this character right here, a hunter in the hunter's dream, reliving the night over and over again, could be good. But by the time we join the hunt in Bloodborne, things already progressed too far. There's only a handful of people who can even speak. The only person who really holds a good, decent conversation kills themselves as a martyr. Hey! What a fucking line to bring people in on. To Rolling Thundaga, I say, Watto and welcome! Krill, lovely to see you. Hello, friends. Hello, friends. As a Sky Pirate raid. Chorby, how are you doing? It's lovely to see you all. So, how was your day? How was the show? How were the dice rolls? Tell me your tales! We were just nattering about video game adaptations. And I do want to hardcore agree with Bus Driver Kurtip that the video game adaptation curse was well broken. But it does make me laugh every time a new show comes out and it's good. People go, wow, maybe the video game curse is finally broken. Krill says the rolls were rancid, and it was great. They literally let Chorby cook. That's brilliant. They didn't send Chorby to literal hell, so things were good. But not so good for the Rolling Thundaga. Sorry. I shouldn't gleefully giggle in case I end up in one of the campaigns in the future. Oh. But no, it's good to see you all, friends. Like... we're just chatting about adaptations. I won't spoil anything from it, obviously, but do watch The Last of Us show, because it's wonderful. So I've still yet to do the new Tomb Raider movie based on the reboots. As I'm sure you've all noticed, the watch every video game movie challenge has slowed down, but I'm not giving up. You know, this isn't going to be crab facts. I'm going to do this. It's going to get challenging when I have to start trying to find, like, the Company of Heroes movie and shit like that. Things that people have gone to great lengths to disappear. Oh, but it's lovely to see you all. And yeah, I was just engaging my... Oh yeah, there's a Company of Heroes movie, straight to DVD, featuring every, like, F-list actor that you know by face. So Duke McSax, we haven't rewatched the Mario movie from '96, but we will be. So for those of you who are new, so the challenge is this. I am trying to watch every live-action video game film that we can. The list is about 60 films long, of which we've seen 6. And it flits wildly from, hey, I remember this being worse, but it's pretty good, to the, this is pretty good, to the, oh god! Yeah. Some of the big ones we're saving as like a group watch. So like, if we're going to watch the live-action Mario Brothers movie, we should all bundle into Discord, we should watch it together. But like, I'm not going to make any of you watch, say, Hitman Agent 47. That film is so fucking bad. It's so bad! I mean, we've already talked about how we do an adaptation of a Hitman series. So Hindle, we did Street Fighter and then Street Fighter The Legend of Chun-Li as a double threat. And a few of us got schwiggity wasted trying to drink through the pain that was The Legend of Chun-Li. That bad. Oh yeah, no, and Hindle, hard agree. Both the Hitman films are fucking terrible. But But no, if you weren't there for the conversation, we came up with the idea of basically doing the Hitman series kind of like, basically like a series of short stories where Agent 47 is involved in some way, shape, or form. Because, again, Agent 47 is not a good character. He's literally built to have no emotions, no fear. You know, he's the perfect killing machine. So he's not fun. He's not interesting. You can't give him motivation. Oh, what happened to me when I was a child? We know. We don't care. You know. You don't care. Let's pick something else. But the idea of almost treating Agent 47 like Columbo. So in every episode, you know someone's going to get killed. But it's the story of how it happens.
The Legend of Chung-Li. That movie about the person who moonlights as a chiropractor.
I can't even joke about The Legend of Chung-Li, it's so bad. M. Bison is a strange, gangly white bloke. It's just... so bad. So bad. But yeah, we haven't done Mortal Kombat yet, because Mortal Kombat is genuinely brilliant.
I don't want to be reminded of Legend of Chung-Li.
Yeah, that was a...
That's now in my Amazon history.
No takesy backsies.
I felt like I paid for it that night, though.
Yeah.
In both ways.
But I tell you what, friends, if any of you want to try it, because I think the share link is just for view. Yeah, there we go. So, friends, if you want to, check that out. Just copy and paste your own version. You can see how far I've gotten. So I've only gotten 6 down so far. And, like, while, like, Doom Annihilation, Mortal Kombat, stuff like that. Oh, and Judgment Scythe. Thank you kindly for the follow. A lot of those are very easy to find. You know, the Resident Evil block, that's going to be a lot of fun. You know...
It's going to be so bad.
Yeah. But it's going to be so bad, it's good. As opposed to In the Name of the King 3, The Last Mission. The story of a hitman sent back to medieval times. I have not forgotten.
Some of those are successful at repression, though.
Oh, yeah. And one of the things that's fascinating is that the more you find out about Street Fighter the movie, the more it's something that you can appreciate. But, I mean, again, that's another story.
So much drugs.
Yeah, so many drugs. Jean-Claude Van Damme chewing his cheeks off. But then there's also bangers like Detective Pikachu and like the second Sonic the Hedgehog film. The fact that there's a Neko Atsumi movie makes me so happy. And yes, I am talking about the mobile game where you just put food out for cats and they come and hang out, and that's it. That's it. There's a whole movie about that. So Andorf, we won't be watching the TMNT live action because the rule is it has to be a video game adaptation. So the Turtles is a comic that was adapted to a cartoon that was adapted to film and games and things. So sadly we can't add. Yeah, I mean, Cult Game Dev, exactly the same. I thought Detective Pikachu was fucking dreadful. Ryan Reynolds playing Pikachu? Fuck off.
I mean, but it is Ryan Reynolds.
What? I mean, he banged it out of the park. In fairness, a lot of people wanted Danny DeVito, which also would have been good. But yeah, this is the list so far. I'm not looking forward to Max Payne. That film sucks. I didn't even know there was a Need for Speed movie until we started making this list. And the fact that there's not only a Tekken movie, but a Tekken 2. Oh. But then, Takeshi Miike, a famous, legendary Japanese director, did not only Yakuza Like a Dragon, but also the Ace Attorney movie.
Like, I'm just not looking forward to the U-Ball block.
Yeah, the UA Ball block's gonna fucking kill us. Actually, so Hindle, we got lucky because the other Max Payne films are not considered proper adaptations. They are admittedly higher production value, but they are considered fan films. So that was where we drew the line. It has to have had some kind of proper commercial release. So like Street Fighter, was it Assassin's Fist? Sadly doesn't count. And yes, Cult Game Dev, at least so far as I understand it, that allegedly a bunch of Uwe Boll's films were tax evasions. DOA is going to be bad. Not only House of the Dead, but the sequel, House of the Dead 2.
Are we going to have to type our way through the movie?
Actually, no. Okay, a typing of the Dead film would be fucking brilliant.
Yeah, it would.
Okay, money no question. Like, I'm just talking like pie-in-the-sky nonsense. A incredibly high-budget typing of the Dead film. And I'm saying, like, we get, like, 2 top-tier actors to play the lead absolutely deadpan as they break into this, like, mansion facility full of zombies, but they're typing out words to kill them. And everyone's playing it straight-faced. But with typical House of the Dead dialogue, like, "Suffer like G did!" and shit like that. "Oh no, our weapons are useless!" But, like, I'm just trying to think of some high tier. Like, give me Adam Driver.
A time crisis movie.
God. Okay, but if we're doing Time Crisis as a movie, we're doing it like the Scooby-Doo film.
Cast the brothers from Supernatural.
No. Time Crisis has to be a Muppet movie. It has to be a Muppet movie.
Okay, no, we're not going down this route because we'll be here for hours. Muppet Time Crisis would be fucking brilliant. I don't even care if it's the video game adaptation or a movie adaptation. It's Kermit with the gun being like this and making every shot.
No, we've already done Kermit with a gun. That's the source of the I object to violence as a conflict resolution.
Yep. Numbers is suggesting we cast the brothers from Supernatural. They would be able to do it very well.
Oh yeah, and they already did it.
Buster says, what if they actually made the full movies featured in Immortality? Oh, shit. Bus Driver, we haven't had the chance to do Immortality yet. Mostly because when I was going to put it on the schedule, there was a lot of shit going on in the world, and Immortality is a great game, but the topics are heavy as. Alright. Okay, hello, River. River has indicated that as we have hit the 6-hour mark, it is time to bring our adventure to a close. So, friends, thank you for this banter. I will talk to Mr. the Spielberg and see if he'll give us a budget to make our our Typing of the Dead movie. Friends, thank you for the wonderful banter today. Thank you for putting up with me while I've been a sneezy mess. And cheering me on, also mocking me shamelessly, whilst fighting Maria. I did not think we were going to win today, so I'm real happy about that. Occult Game Dev, I'd love to unpack Muppet Dino Crisis. Let's put that one in the jar for later. But this has been a really good day. Like, all of you, thank you so much. So I'm going to roll credits. I will find someone to raid into, because, like, you know, Rolling Thundaga gave us a raid. Let's keep that. Let's keep that momentum going. Maybe we can find somebody who's got like a couple people watching and just make their night. And I guess this is for people who are new here. So I stream full time, and what keeps this show going are all the bits, donations, gift subs, and the whole shebang. So to all of you, thank you.
By type wave.
Vanderbeast, I'm trying to do the thing. So firstly to Keldra with the express permission of Fish and Chips. Thank you kindly for the donation. It means a whole bunch. You even managed to see out the evening as the Jarl. So what will you do with this power? To Wolfgrad, Bacon Avenger, Some Numbers, Compliment Cap, Legend of the Morad. One of these days I'll get it right. Sturdy Kiwi, Pun Spectre, Phyllis Sun, J-Post, Get to the Boat, and Shataro! Seriously, thank you again for the bits. Like, it really is the biggest part of what keeps this whole thing going. Your moderators this evening was Caffeine, Lizzie Power, and Rhymes with Moose. That's a triple threat. And thank you all. To Judgmental Side and Lil Nev, it's lovely to make your acquaintance, and I do hope we get to hang out and chat some more. To Stepagen, Yakini Sakura, Mecha Noel, Willing Outcast, Mr. Dom Rocks, Shataro, Occult Game Dev, Clank Crusher, Get to the Boat! Compliment Cap, Lizzie Tapau, Hindle, and Little Nerve. Whether you were hunted by House Carl, or whether you were celebrating the entirety of a 52-month spree, I say a massive thank you. Crizzy, thank you for throwing in that follow at the end. That was sincerely appreciated. Right! In traditional Longshipian fashion, you do not have to go home, but you cannot stay here. Let's see who we got. Okay. Oh, it is quiet tonight. Oh, I think I might know where we're going. Because we were just talking about Hitman, and wonderful legend, Rudism, is currently playing Hitman World of Assassinations, the new roguelike mode. And if you've not met Rudism before, he's actually famous for doing custom controllers, and is an absolute legend. So if you've not met him before, I'm really happy I can introduce you. But yeah, that's it from me, friends. Have an absolutely incredible rest of your evening. Have a wonderful weekend. I will be back on Monday, not Tuesday. Bacon!
Actually, we can stay here. It's just really quiet without others chatting. Remember, hype trains without a stream is a thing. Smile.
Bacon, don't you dare. Don't you dare. I've got to get out into the world. But no, all of you, thank you so much for a wonderful day. To those of you that jumped in on Bloodborne, thank you for helping me crush fish people. They deserved it. And yeah, like I said, I'll be back on Monday for sponsored Waves of Steel. That game is coming out on Monday, so yeah, we'll be taking the gay agenda to the waves once more for fun and destruction. And Critzy, thank you for the follow. I'm sorry we're bringing it to a close, but we've been doing Bloodborne on Saturdays, so yeah, stick around. Maybe I'll have a break on Tuesday, and then we can do Rainworld on Thursday. That sounds good. Yeah, that sounds like a plan. Anyway, friends, have an absolutely wonderful rest of your day. Yeah, I'll see you on the Discord. To be continued.